The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Wide Putin, the mildly amusing meme of Russia's Vladimir Putin walking around with a remarkable scaling along the horizontal axis, resulting in his being unusually wide in his appearance. The meme became shared worldwide, evoking the funnies in countless people across the world, along with its catchy tune that's had very broad appeal. Hello there, it's Dinostorm. I am a games developer, working on a survival-like tower defense game called Westman, and I decided today to go ahead and take inspiration from this, and make a real wide power-up myself for the funsies. Stick around to the end to see why I would come up with such a silly idea. Westman is being developed in the free and open source Godot 4 engine. First things first, I must change the camera and give it some variables that will allow for extra wideness, and give the player a little timer to show how much wideness they have left at any particular moment. I actually haven't implemented the timers for status effects just yet, so let's go in and do that now. I kind of forgot how to do updates on dictionaries, so I copied some code I did previously, assuming it worked. Next, I started up the game to play around with the camera settings, and see what I could come up with. I changed the camera's zoom from 2x2 to 14x4, and got a pretty wide smile when I saw the wide results. I couldn't wait to share this worldwide in service to wide well-being. I wrote a bit of code and exported the variable so I could toggle it in the inspector, and wrote an alert function to test it out on toggle with a nice smooth animation. After some adjustments, I was happy. I also wrote a bit of code in the camera to test whether the player object had any wide buffs active at that time, thereby completing the interaction between the player and the camera. I also tried exporting the dictionary to test things out, but it seems the timers aren't actually working as I expected, which means my enemy status effects code isn't working either. Lord have mercy, I've only been using Godot for a year or so. I didn't even know what a dictionary was until a few months ago, so nice. All this power-up needs now is music, so I popped into Mixcraft and made something that sounds similar to that one song. I grabbed the MIDI file and made some dubious changes, so it sounds similar, but is different enough that hopefully I won't get sued. Oh yeah, and the break mode metal version, that is a thing in Westman 2, also forgot about that. Okay, so I hopped into the game, set it up so that it plays when the power-up is active, and after a very wide journey, we have a working wide power-up. All it does is temporarily make the view look wide. To balance it, I'll give the player a double damage bonus for the duration of the wide power-up. I hope this will broaden some horizons. I also decided to add some text to the HUD to display during the power-up, just to make sure people don't think it's a bug, but in fact a feature. I hope this has been of interest. Westman is a survival-like tower defense game where you play as Western heroes and fight against hordes of games journalists, furries, anime fans, and other degenerate, spiteful abominations. Capture control points, upgrade your character, raise your flag, save your women in Westman, and now you can also go wide. Be sure to subscribe to me on the YouTubes and head over to StudioDinostorm.com and sign up to be the first in line to play Westman game when it is ready. Goodbye.
A big thank you and salute. We're going to get to the financial gifts right now. A big thank you and salute. I'm actually lightheaded. I am lightheaded over the victories for white well-being. This is so glorious in the service of our people. You can see by these examples and the ones that I cited from earlier, how you can take the Go Free stratagem into the world, into your life. You can change the curriculum at a school. You can get a major media outfit to change the image they're using in their reportage. You can get a union to come to your defense, even when it's anti-white blacks saying how much of a racist you are. You can get a fucking police department to immediately change their policy. This is replicable. This is scalable. If it's done to change major media, union, a school curriculum, and a police department policy, it can be replicated, scaled up to hundreds of thousands. And if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, as I have been arguing for well over a decade, if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, we have our destiny back. Everything changes. This should be clipped. It should be promoted on billboards. It should be all over Twitter. It should be in everyone's face. Everywhere. This is how we recapture the destiny of Western God. This is how we put an end to our victimization. End of conversation. Big salutes. Big salutes.
Untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. Chase feelings to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. But to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. At your door, when the echoes of history demand so much more, will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy's shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Holy hell, Sunday gatherings are where we make history. Featured stories today: violent gang takes Aurora, Musk's ex banned in Brazil, $150,000 home loans that I'm sure will be forgiven, has passed for illegal aliens in California, white erasure in California too, like you wouldn't believe. Go for your lesson of the day: self-generated opposition, healing and renewal. Much to say there. Your comments, calls, questions, and a Twitter space. And then there is this. A typical anti-white politician dies. He wakes to see himself at heaven's gates. St. Peter tells him that they are trying out a new pilot program. Everyone who dies gets to have a brief stay in heaven and hell, and then they get to decide where they want to spend their afterlife. First, he visits heaven. Looks pretty nice. Big puffy clouds, angels singing and playing harps. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. The politician is pleased, if a bit underwhelmed. Hell, on the other hand, is magnificent. It's the most beautiful place the politician has ever seen, and everyone there is having the time of their lives. It had a buffet table filled with delicious-smelling food, a beautiful garden, a pool with a water slide, a dance floor, massage parlor, and we know how they like those. and innumerable other attractions. It makes heaven look dull and boring by comparison. He even saw a number of his old political buddies playing golf on the most beautiful golf course he'd ever seen. "I can't believe I'm saying this," says the politician, "but I think I'd rather go to hell." "Very well," says St. Peter. "Turn around." When the politician turns around, hell is completely different than it had been less than a minute ago. All of the attractions were gone. Everything was on fire, and the people were screaming in agony. "I don't understand it," cries the politician. "This isn't what you showed me before." St. Peter smiles. That was campaign season. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It's 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And how exciting, truly exciting it is to be here with all of you, the true champions, changing planet Earth, not just observing. It is glorious. These Sundays are where we make it happen. Make sure that you let everyone in your circles know, whatever circles they might be in, wherever those circles are, let them know that we're going free right now and that we're going to be together for 4.5 hours, and we're going to be full throttle, pedal to the metal, kicking the tires, lighting the fires, ladies and gentlemen, and the anti-whites. We are coming for you, and more than just metaphor. Glorious, glorious to be here. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this epic gathering with magnificent truths and the tools of success, the tools of victory, able to be communicated to you and you able to pick them up and use them in your everyday life. If you would like to financially gift, you can do so by heading down into the description, and you will see some options, which include Entropy up and running right now. You can financially gift there. Also, D-Live in their cryptocurrency, Odyssey in their cryptocurrency or cash dollars, Rumble in cash dollars, but please no more than $1 on Rumble. Cash App is up and running. Subscribe Star is up and running. And if you would like to make a tax-deductible financial gift to yours truly, you can head on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. Please note that you would like the financial gift to go to yours truly and what you might like to be known as, maybe anonymous, and we will say, "That's awesome," or Bill or Fred or Pam or whatever your name is. We will celebrate you. Or say, "Please don't even mention my financial gift because I just want to come from the center of my heart." Please do that. You can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org. knowwhyguilt.org. You can head on over there, click on the financial gift tab. You'll see these options and more, like options for financially gifting monthly without even having to think about it, including a platform called Gumroad, and there are some others. Check that out. You can financially gift that way. You will also see the link for the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com there if you would like to access that website through my website. You can also find some cryptocurrency wallets that yours truly uses, as well as I don't know why, I just sort of segued, sort of meandered into a little bit of a strange accent that I was inventing on the spur of the moment, and I don't even know. I didn't even want to do that. It just happens this way. But we could go with it, or we can ignore it. You could snail mail me at an address that you will find at knowwhyguilt.org on the financial gift tab. And you can write me beautiful letters. You could send me poetry. You could financially gift me, whatever it might be, whatever pleases your heart. A big happy Labor Day for everybody's home. So no excuses. You're going to be watching No White Guilt. You're going to be going free. You're going to be getting ready for the festival or whatever it is that you're going to be having with No White Guilt. You're going to be putting it up on a gigantic jumbotron in your yard, so everyone will have to see the force of power of white magic that is recapturing our destiny. Glorious indeed. It's great to see everybody here. There's the wonderful, the immaculate Brand Danger. I see Masumik is with us, Anglo-Saxon NWG Private Life. Great to see you rolling up on the screens. The only other thing I can mention to you all before we get rolling into this week's Sunday gathering is what am I going to mention? What's the other thing am I going to mention? Or shall we just move right into the day and the news that we have here for you? Maybe, no, actually, you know what? I might want to show you a little something funny, but tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt at No White Guilt, or just write No White Guilt. And it will change color for me, or it at least will enable me to see it a little bit more clearly. And my eyes just won't jog right over it because so many people are having other conversations. And you can do so on the live chat on Twitter, which is up and running right now and looking marvelously, on the thread under the live stream on Twitter as well. I'll keep my eye on that. On any of the aforementioned platforms, including the YouTubes, which is on monitors right here to my right, your left. Tag me as No White Guilt. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if something else is going on, if I don't see it, make sure that you copy it so that you can paste it a little bit later, and I'll get an opportunity to see it at that point. But we got to pull up. I just have to show you this before because I thought, is this it? No, that's not it. How about this? Is that it? No, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, you know where it is? It's right here, I think. Let's see. It's under a, yes, I think that's it. Yes, let's have a look at this, shall we?
He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our,
the supreme land,
our nation, the United States Constitution. He even called.
What did he call it?
For termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution. He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution.
He even called the United States supreme land of our Constitution. Look at her face right here. Wow. Inebriation. She's stridulous. Stridulous Kamala. Stridulous. It's a perfect word for her because it really is applied. It's kind of a rare word. It's mostly applied to insects when they rub their wings or legs together, bugs. And she is like a drunk bug. And there is the stridulous Kamala, who is stridulating up there on stage, inebriated, can't find don't even know. It's the supreme of our land. So many gaffes out of this broad. I swear to you, Biden was a midwit. Okay, he was a total midwit his whole life. He was a midwit. He was a liar and pedophile. I believe, my opinion. I mean, I wasn't present. He would have died if I had been during any of that. But he was a midwit, and now he's 7,000 years old. So, of course, his brain is like Swiss cheese. I mean, obviously, it doesn't happen to everybody. A lot of people stay lucid. You and I, we're going to stay lucid. But when you're evil, sometimes that happens. The brain turns to Swiss cheese, and so he can't talk. Kamala, on the other hand, has always been like this. Always. In fact, there's a book, I might even get it, back from 2020, I think it was. Staff members, staffers, people who worked for her, they wrote a book about how dreadful she is. She can't put a thought together. Then she goes over, we talked about, she went on CNN, and it was like home turf, CNN for anti-white Democrats, home turf, and then Dana Bash, home turf. This is like a Madam to all that is slothful and disgusting on planet Earth. She is totally anti-white, and so she was going to be coddling. And they gave Kamala the questions ahead of time. I hear. And they allowed her to bring a chaperone, a communist lying freak that was allowed to be her chaperone. White man, of course, she needed to have a white man by her side. And even though he's like the worst of the white men, males, I should say, had to have her, and they were going to edit it to make her look good. And the bitch still looked as bad as she does at this rally. That's how bad she still looked. What are you going to do on your first day? Well, I think word salad, and I'm going to have goals. I have goals. Yeah, but what are you going to do on your first day? I'm going to have goals. This is the world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. Break out your Crocs. Break out your Crocs because it's full of asininity. That's Kamala for you. Hey, did you hear about Colorado? Did you hear about another prediction that a young Jason Kuna made, a very young Jason Kuna, that said that if this continues, we're going to have absolute third world gangs that will take over our neighborhoods. It's not going to be like we had in different parts of the United States, different times in the United States when you would have like a particular white ethnic group would come in and then they would have criminals just exploit their own little ethnic group. No, like in their own little ghetto, in their own little shtetl, in their own little sequestered area where they put themselves, and they were going to go in there and they just exploited them. No, that's not what it is. No, it is hardcore third world shithole country, gang, just villainous, disgusting gangs, anti-white terrorists that will take over the neighborhoods. Yet again, vindicated. From all the way back, I've been saying this. And you know how many so-called good old boys, they're hard to find. There are a lot of guys out there that will call themselves good old boys that are just really fat, diabetes, sugar-eating, cancer-ridden losers, okay? And they're like, it couldn't happen because we're in America. You know, we got guns. Yeah, the moment you begin shooting them is the moment that they shoot back. And then you have to worry about dying in the hail of bullets. And then the authorities come and take your white ass to jail. And nothing happens to the animals, to the anti-white terrorist animals that have come to end your life. And then you're also thinking about, well, what happens when their gang member friends find out? What happens when the cousins from 3 cities over, and then they come looking for my family, retribution style? What then? You won't do anything. And this is happening all across the United States, happening all across the West. I mean, we've been hearing about no-go. You know what a no-go zone is? That's where anti-white terrorists have taken over your neighborhood. And now the white people, because of selfish individualism, they're just like, well, I'm fleeing. All the white people that can't get out of there, they die, they get gang raped behind the lines. That's the selfish individualism of the conservative movement. That's what that is, of the past, of the ideas of the past, of the white race, the genetics in the white race that aren't going to make it through the bottleneck, or that selfish individualism motivating them. Those are anti-white terrorist gangs taking over your neighborhoods. Well, finally, there is some video footage of it happening, and that gets out on the internet. And so I don't know. Did you see that? Let's take a look. I'm pretty sure most of you have seen it, but let's go ahead and have a look here. This is a rifle. I mean, maybe it's an AR. It's got a scope on it. They all are carrying guns of various types. Mind you, the anti-whites, they want to white erase our norm of self-defense so that we don't have the firearms to defend. Remember, these guys didn't go down and get a license. They didn't go down and get a background check They're not even in this country legally, I'm told. I mean, I'm not there, but they're not even in this country legally. They got firearms. How did they do it? Well, Jason, you see, if firearms weren't allowed at all, then they wouldn't be able to access firearms. Really? Just like cocaine? Just like methamphetamine? Just like, how many other drugs do you want to talk about? How about the illegal prostitution? How about all of the things that are illegal in the world and that you can access immediately? In fact, it's easier, in all honesty, it's easier for me to leave here and to go to a couple of different places in the district and obtain a firearm that is illegal than it is for me to go to a firearms dealer and fill out all the paperwork and deal with the line and wait for that to go through. And then finally to get my firearm that the government knows all about, knows where I live, knows my background and all of that. It's easier to get an illegal firearm than it is to get a legal firearm. Can I get an amen? It is easier to get a lot of illegal things than it is to get those same things legally. Can I get an amen? And so, yeah, these people are going to have their firearms. They're going to have explosives. They're going to have all kinds of things. And here they go up room by room. And maybe you don't know. Maybe you haven't dug into this deeply enough. Maybe you haven't dug in. But before going to apartment after apartment, they went to the people who owned these facilities. They're going to other landlords. They're finding out where the landlords live. And they are going to the landlords and shaking them down. Aurora, Colorado, has known about this for some time. Other cities have known about, check it out for yourself. Don't listen to me. Don't believe me. Believe Dana Bash, because she's really pressing, for the truth and all things especially with Kamala over there. Come swallow her, really pushing hard for the answers. But they're going out, they're finding the landlords, they're shaking them down. And in this particular 3 complexes, they are moving into the actual apartments and shaking down the people who live in the apartments, okay? And yeah, it might not be. And you know what I've seen? This is absolutely repulsive, I got to say. Have you seen it? Can I get a amen? If you have seen conservative content creators, whether it be short clips or long streams like we do here, whatever it might be, who are talking about how we got to have gated neighborhoods now, and we got to put together as a new defense for ourselves and move to these little protected places and everything that could be as selfishly individualistic as you can imagine. Nothing but cravens. That's what the white race is composed of. Nothing but abstraction cowards. They'll do anything but point out that the target of all of this is the white race, our norms, our customs, our law and order, and then defend white people who are maybe not themselves, maybe not immediately related to them, but defend. No, the white race doesn't want to do that. The most disgusting of all the races, in my opinion, on planet Earth, the most selfishly individualistic, disgusting cowards on the face of planet Earth. But we're going to fix that. We are in the process of fixing it. So here they go. They're showing up. Maybe they're showing up at your grandmother's place. Hey, you don't really see grandma very often, right? Anyhow, you're gaming all the time, you little small dick loser. Look at, there's just more and more coming up the stairs. And you all, and for those out there, for those cheesehead, hollow-headed, dimple-brained, hairy dingleberry morons out there, if you had a shootout with these, let's just say the police didn't even care. The police weren't going to come. You had a shootout. Let's say you got real lucky and you did not get killed while killing these people. Their friends are going to come kill you. You're never going to be able to go to work. You're never going to, no, you're not winning. No, it's not going to work. We need to reclaim our destiny. That's the only way that we're going to do this. Look at this. Here's the other thing. I'm seeing, can I get an amen? If you have seen anti-whites, primarily non-white anti-whites, but some white because this is your fucking future, saying, well, what's the difference between paying the white landlord and paying this terrorist gang for rent? What's the difference? Might as well pay the non-white terrorist anti-white gang rather than pay the landlord. Except the gang is not on the hook for anything. The gang is not going to come fix your leaky sink, your broken toilet, your shower that has snakes and feces coming up out of the drain. The gang isn't going to do any of that. The gang is not going to make sure that the trash is taken away. But the way that these people come to this conclusion is they hate the white race. Do you understand that yet? I know the Knights of the White Table do. But those who are new, they're seeing for the first time, you better stay, because if you don't, this is going to find you. And if you run away, they're still going to come after you. It won't be long. They'll get you, they'll get your children, they'll get your brothers and sisters. It's not going to be long. It's coming apart real fast. They won't be collecting the trash. They won't be, but because of the hatred of the white race, they say, why pay the white landlord? Well, because they hate white people. Why do that? Even if he's anti-white or she's anti-white, why do that? Just pay the brown anti-white terrorists that show up with the machine guns at your front door. Oh, I'm sure that's a conservative there that's saying, let's see. What's that going to be about? I'm sure another inept take. I mean, it reminds me. I was laughing so hard. I got to tell you, we'll pull up the next item here because the governor of Colorado, anti-white piece of shit, is saying, nah, that's not happening. It's not happening. Don't believe it. Nothing like that is happening in Colorado. By the way, just as a by the by, Aurora, I'm told, now somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, has the city officials of Aurora openly said that we don't want Denver's anti-white bull. They didn't say anti-white, but that's what they're saying. Anti-white bullshit. They openly told the federal government, we don't want any of your millions of scores and hundreds of millions to take these anti-white invaders, intruders. We don't want any of the people, so keep your money. That's what Aurora said. How many out there are thinking right now, especially in cuck-servidom, who are thinking to themselves, well, just don't take their money. Just refuse. Well, apparently the NGOs, along with, of course, working hand in glove with the federal government, getting their money, are just shipping them into Aurora anyhow. They're just moving them. Well, you won't take the money? Well, we're just going to ship them in anyhow. We're just going to put them on vehicles and we're just going to drive them right to your neighborhood. I know it all looks abstract. I know it all looks like that Jason guy and the things they talk about there. It all seems remote until they ship this anti-white garbage to your backyard. Until they ship them to your backyard. Because once they're shipped to your backyard, then you'll realize, whoa, this is real. This is people's lives. This is people's lives ended, people's lives ruined, people raped, people murdered, neighborhoods going under the thumb of anti-white terror gangs that will be at odds with each other. And so you'll have gang warfare, wholesale machine gun fire, just like the rest of, as Donald Trump said, these shithole countries. And they are all shitholes. They are. That's my opinion. You know, all the decapitations, all of the drug wars, all of the drug lords, the leaders of these countries, the leaders, McAfee told you all about, hey, they were the biggest child molester, ringmaster is the head of this Central South American country. The biggest drug runner is the head of this Central South American country. The biggest people smuggler is the head of that. They all just have to be, they're all just scum. They are all anti-white, animalistic scum, raping children, in my opinion. In my opinion, if McAfee is, you have to look into it for yourself. Dana Bash will tell you that kind of thing only happens when white men are in charge. So no way that these brown, red and black and Jewish and all of these others, no way that they could be up to it. Only if it's white men are in charge. Mind you, any white men doing something like that too, as white people, yeah, we kill them. That's what we do as white people. It's kind of our thing. At least that's what we used to be able to do until that was white erased. So yeah, Aurora's like, don't ship them here. We don't want your money. And now they're in shock. In Aurora, they're like, what in the hell's going on? We put our conservative little, size 6 foot down and said, no more. And then what? They have full scale, like militaristic gangs. Not only are you going to have the gangs that are like the mestizo gangs going at it with each other, but, and in Europe, we see the different groups of Arab Islamic groups. But in the United States, you'll have all of the above. In the United States, you'll have the mestizo Catholic groups battling each other and battling the Islamic, Arab, and black groups. Isn't that going to be a fun place to live then? Isn't that? And they're going to be saying, well, that's just civilization. That's just how it works. And make sure, by the way, let's take all that footage of old UK, America, Canada, Australia, Germany, France, Italy. Let's just make sure all of that is white erased from the internet. We don't want them to be able to look back and see that it actually used to be nirvanic, heavenly, before anti-whiteism white erased everything. But I got a picture sent to me. I got to share. We're going to put this lying piece of trash up on the screen in just a minute. And but I got this image, and apparently, and I'm being diplomatic, I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to say, even though this garbage did everything he could to push me out of the explicit white sympathetic sphere. In the back, this guy was always at work slandering yours truly. Real piece of shit, this guy. And somebody sent me a picture of him. He has reemerged after the garbage NJP fell apart, exactly as I said. Totally vindicated with that as well. All garbage people. Sven coming out saying not only could they not save the white race, but they couldn't even lead their dog to take a shit in the woods. And they sent me an image of this guy, and they told me that where he was talking in the live chat, that they were calling him Elvis Presley. They were saying he looked like Elvis Presley. I thought to myself, yeah, he looks like Elvis Presley if Elvis was hideous, Puerto Rican, had Down syndrome, and was born out of the ass of an orangutan. How could this possibly, everybody, up this motherfucker's ass, a total scumbag, a total loser. Yeah, looks like Elvis. Only if all of what I said ended up being true. Looks just like him. All right. How about Colorado's governor? And he's at odds with the mayor. And that might be in this particular article I'm going to pop up on the screen here in just a moment. The mayor, of course, of Aurora is like, it's war. They're taking over. And the governor, the anti-white governor, is saying, no, there's nothing going on. But if there were, then, I'm going to handle it. Why, of course, would he be gaslighting you on it? Well, because it is a what? Fill it in, community. What do we call this? What do we call it? Hush crimes. They contradict the anti-white narrative, which states what? That non-white people are all good. The only time they ever act bad is when white people, particularly white males, force them to behave badly or so torment them that they end up acting out in their pure innocence, just wrongly put upon long suffering. The chains are upon them. And that's why they gang rape and butcher and decapitate and guts. It's the white man's fault. You're going to sit around more and you're going to stay in their narrative. And that's what it's going to be till the end of days. I'm not bequeathing that to the young of the white race. No, I am putting my foot down, which causes a gap through time and space, not just in the tectonics of planet Earth. And I say enough is enough. All is changing moving forward. Let me just go ahead and pull this garbage up. Have you seen this? And have you heard this totally? And what an example. Probably some of you have already thought about this ahead of me because you're getting so good at the practice of Go Free. What an example of white noir. For people to suddenly grab onto this completely and obviously fictitious idea that Hell's Angels, a white gang, is going to go down there and set things right. And then they've got this footage. And I sat back there and I'm like, Hell's Angels doesn't exist anymore. Okay? It doesn't exist. It's not hyperbole to say it doesn't exist. But you can see in white people so desperate for something to defend us. Even a violent, drug-addled, drug-distributing, low IQ'd gang of criminals that all these white people are showing up. I see them on Instagram. I see them all over the place. And they're like, is it true? Is it, Beth, will you come over here? Is this true that Hell's Angels are going to go stop these brownies down there? Are they going to stop the brownies? No, tard. No vegetable. I mean, usher in the vegetable garden. Usher them in. It's like marching. You can hear the crunching. It's like every time you bite on a vegetable. Here comes the vegetables. They are convinced the Hells Angels exist and are going down there to fight the anti-white terrorists. And the footage they show is of these guys rolling up, probably at one of these, like maybe Daytona, Biker Week, something like this. And here you go. I'm like, okay, there goes a $45,000 motorcycle. There goes a $30,000 motor. Oh, there goes a $50,000. Boy, these are some shiny boomer scooters I see going by here. Are you serious? These are the most selfish, individualistic motherfuckers of the white race. These males, these boys and girls on their boomer cycles that everywhere you go, every vacation spot in America. And if I had the money, I don't even have the money to go on vacation. But every time I've gone on vacation in America, I would love to be able to go on vacation in other countries. That's not happening for yours truly, because the money that is commensurate to the value I provide, which would be hundreds of millions of dollars, not showing up from selfish white people. But these people, they're like goddamn, they're like Beatles. Every vacation spot you show up at, they're just going through the dough that they were able to earn in their generations. And and they got their boomer cycle out there, and they're like, well, we're in the penthouse, and they got some weird ass mustache going on. You know what I'm talking about. Now, obviously not everybody who is in these circles, who's going to Sturgis, who looks like that. It's not all like that by any means. But these people are prevalent. They don't give a shit about you. They're not going to go fight some violent Central South American gang. Are you insane? How deep is the white noir of the white race that they're like, please, this fictitious gang of white people on their $50,000 boomer cycles are all going to get together and drive down there to have a shootout and a fight with anti-white terrorists that have nothing to live for. Lives that have zero value whatsoever. They will kill you as quick as look at you, and none of them will care if you kill any of them. None of their family will care. No one will care because their lives are valueless. Seriously. So let's have a look at this garbage governor, Colorado Democrat, you don't say. Jared Polis tells citizens to ignore the video of armed migrant gang taking over apartments. Look at this. You can tell by just looking at this anti-white pig This fucking breed sow is what I'm calling him, a breed sow, even though ostensibly he's male, but he probably dresses up as a breed sow in private life. He'll soon make it public, and then I'll be blamed because he couldn't have made it public earlier in his life, and he's had to suffer dressing up as a breed sow and squealing, wee! Squealing in private. Can we bring shaming back? Colorado Democrat Governor Jared Polis is ridiculing claims that violent gun-toting migrant gangs, you mean anti-white terrorist gangs, are taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, despite clear video evidence and confirmation issued by the town's own mayor. I don't know if I have, maybe I do have up. We'll take a look as I go through here. But it's this woman, the only reason there's any footage, I mean, folks, this didn't just start. Please understand, this has been happening here and elsewhere. The law enforcement are not doing shit about it. Not doing shit. You would think there would be video footage. Where is the news? The news, the anti-white mainstream news are being called about this happening. The people are desperate. Both white and non-white people are suffering this anti-whiteism. The non-white people are collateral damage to the white erasure of our norms in policing, in having a country, how we define a country and how we defend a border. The non-white people are collateral damage in these locales. They've been reaching out and begging for help. And the media, mainstream media, since they're dominated by anti-whites, are not saying anything. Why? Hush crimes. It doesn't fit the anti-white narrative. It doesn't fit the anti-white narrative. You better be telling people that we are streaming. This is our gathering. We are live. You better be sharing it. You better be letting people know, because nothing else is working but this. So if you just want to sit around, if this is going to be your just little private thing that you do, it's your private, dirty little secret that you do, then you're going to end up going to hell with all of the people who are in these neighborhoods being taken over. Finally, one woman decides she's going to put up some surveillance cameras to get video of what's happening all over. I mean, we hear about it here in the nation's capital, all right? And she is the one who got this footage and uploaded it. And there's more footage. And where is it? Why isn't it on the mainstream? Of course, it's a hush crime. You say it's a hush crime. You don't say because it contradicts Marxism or because Jews don't want it to be shown. None of that benefits white people. Those are abstractions, and it makes you an abstraction coward. It makes you a loser. It makes you scum. And why are you scum? Because our children are being born into this hell because of your cowardice. And every day is worse. Every single day is worse. This week, video has gone viral showing migrants, anti-white terrorists, carrying pistols and rifles through the halls of an apartment complex in Aurora, a suburb near Denver. According to reports, the anti-white terrorists are members of the dangerous Venezuelan streak. Now, here is where you have who gives a shit. This is where Cuck, hey, Cuck writing this. The problem is that they are anti-white terror gangs. The particular name that they take for themselves in this particular gang is irrelevant. It doesn't benefit us. We can't work with that. It doesn't make a people out of the white race. We're going to talk about another enormous victory that I'm having, and a great conversation that I had, really telling conversation with anti-whites, where, and you can look into these threads and see these conversations, where I say, my people, and the anti-whites laugh. They know the white race doesn't have a people. They know that's why you lose. They know that's how they're able to victimize us. They laugh when I say my people. They know if we had a people, if we identified as a people and sought individual well-being by way of group well-being, that they would be finished. So what ends up happening when the cuck content creators are like, well, it's trendy, agudala, however the scum pronounces it.
What then? What's the approach? Well, then we just got to get rid of this gang. We just got to address this gang. How does that help white people? How does that help white identity? How does that help make us a people? How does that put an actual end to this? It doesn't. Cucks, cowards, it doesn't. Which has exploded in membership here in the United States as a result of the Biden-Harris border crisis. Again, what's the problem there? Biden-Harris border crisis? Well, the problem is that all you got to do is get rid of Biden and Harris, and then the border crisis is fixed. Is it? Was the border under Trump, 2016 moving forward, was it impermeable? No. They were still coming across. Not as many, but they were still, you would think that if all you had to do was get rid of the Democrat in office, that it would be completely stopped. All the holes would be patched. There would be machine gun nests, pill boxes out there. You would think it would be that, right? But no. They're still pouring in. So you don't say it's just Biden and Harris, which, by the way, these cucks were already making a big enough of an error. And talk about these campaign losers, Chris LaCivita and Susie, Wiles? Susie Wiles. Here you have what easily, at worst, was a 50-50 that Biden was going to stay in the race. And they had Trump only talk about Biden. It would talk about a colossal mistake. Everything that Trump said should have been Biden-Harris. Because the odds are that if there was going to be anybody other than Biden, the odds are that it would be Harris. Big, heavy odds are that it would have been Harris. Because there's just no way to pass over. So he should have been saying Biden-Harris in all of his critiques. Instead, he was just saying Biden. Then they throw this wrench in. Like, talk about what? What? I thought, what happened to the 5D chess, bitches? What happened to the 5D chess? And now it's like, whoa, I've got to recalibrate for the new Harris campaign. So instead of calling this a Biden-Harris border crisis, this is an anti-white border crisis. Anti-white border crisis. Same video. Look at the rifle here. I don't know what it is. Hey, some of our gun enthusiasts, take a look at that rifle. What is that? Is that an AR? Somebody jump in or what is it if it's not? Let's keep moving. Reports say the gang members have taken over several apartment buildings and have gone unit to unit, telling residents to give them their rent money instead of sending it to the owners of the buildings. Despite the clear evidence in the video, though, the state's Democrat governor, Jawed Polis, is ridiculing those who claim that apartment buildings are being taken over by migrant gangs. So he ridicules those who claim that. Polis spokesman Shelby Wyman says that the state is standing by to support the local police department with assistance. Can you believe sending like the local county cops in there? No. How about we send something better, like the U.S. Rangers? How about we send that in there and kill every one of these motherfuckers? How about that? They'll be waiting to send in state troopers from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation if needed. Wyman said that according to police intelligence, this purported invasion is largely a feature of Danielle Jurinsky's imagination. Wyman also claimed that crime in Aurora dropped between 2022 and 23. Remember this whenever a Democrat opens their mouth and they want to talk about some statistic.
that they are massaging the numbers. They are changing the definitions. They are every single time over the years, especially when I was working on the Hill, and Democrats would say something like this, I would investigate, and in every single 100% case, they had manipulated how the things were defined, how they were tallied, whether they were talking about per capita or percentage, or it's always a lie when it comes from a Democrat. Always a lie. And it could be a lie in the sense that, like, with our economic struggles right now and inflation, they'll find a spot where it's been climbing and climbing for years. They'll find where it dips, and they'll say, it's dropped over the last 2 months. So our program is working. They have no shame because the only objective is anti-whiteism. It's in the service of an anti-white objective. The spokesman slammed local Aurora officials, adding that Governor Polis, quote, really hopes that the city council members in charge stop trashing their own city when they are supposed to keep it safe. Oh, so you're bad-mouthing your own city when you're saying, oh my God, these anti-white terror gangs, which is what they should be called, cuck writers and content creators, anti-white terror gangs. The attack on council member Jurinsky's integrity, though, does not square with the video. In fact, it also seems to diverge widely from comments by Aurora's own mayor, Mike Kaufman, who has coughed out that several apartment complexes have recently become hotbeds of gang activity. Kaufman told Fox News that there are several buildings in the city that have, quote, fallen to Venezuelan gangs. Again, he's wrong there. He should be saying anti-white terror gangs, but okay. The mayor added that the buildings in question were being used as state-funded migrant housing, which is why the gangs were able to take them over so easily and quickly. Jurinsky placed the blame squarely on the failed Biden-Harris migrant crisis, the anti-white invader crisis, the invasion of the country crisis, other people might call it. The problem this is a problem that is not just a Denver metro area problem. It stems from the failed southern border. This is not just happening in Aurora, Colorado. I cannot stress that enough. But we need to be getting other municipalities, other agencies to talk about this, because this is something that could potentially put a black eye on the organization or the city or the area that you represent. A black eye. I'll be putting lead poisoning. That's what I would be doing if I were in charge. I would say, we're going to be ensuring that all of these anti-white terrorists suffer lead poisoning of the highest degree. And it won't be from the paint chips. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement Field Officer, former Republican, blasted Polis for his claims that the gang problem is somehow imaginary. Quote, so now Jared Polis believes this is all made-up theater? Yes, Governor, we hired a Hollywood director and filmed this to make you look bad. Oh, he's being so funny. He's being so funny. He's really got him when he does that, right? When he's being snarky. No, the Biden-Harris administration caused this problem, and you advocated for it. All right, let's see. So you can see everything's going to shit. What more is there to say? Moving into the neighborhoods, taking over the neighborhoods. But you say to yourself, does the federal government really know what's going on? You say that to yourself, right? You're like, does the federal government really know what's happening around the country? Are they aware of how many anti-white terrorist gang members are coming into the country. You ask yourself, they couldn't possibly know, because surely they would do something, right?
Telling me that DHS has acknowledged that Venezuela, for example, is emptying their prisons and their rehabilitation centers with the understanding you get out if you leave here and go to the United States.
Yes.
And DHS has in writing said, we know that's happening. We know they're coming here. We're processing them in and have no idea where they are.
Correct.
Wow. Wow. So it's kind of like anti-whites like to anti-white. I mean, that's just anti-whites, anti-whiting, isn't it? Of course. The anti-whites, DHS, they dominate DHS. There isn't a singular person you can get rid of or a group of anti-whites that you could get rid of and fix this. They have the gravitational pull of the anti-white phenomenon. So you have to address the social morality of Western civilization, which is anti-whiteism, which is caused by white people's inclination to selfish individualism. You've got to address that, and then you can fix everything. You don't address it, you can't fix shit. And you say to yourself, oh, but I think you can. Really, dipshit? The way you've been doing it for generations, and it just keeps getting worse, right? It keeps getting worse. But hey, you'll be able to fix it, right? You'll be able to fix it because you'll be able to do that ideology or vehicle right this time. We are here today where Department of Homeland Security is totally dominated by anti-whites because the social morality, you can even go to the people who work at DHS who aren't openly radical, fanatical anti-whites, and they will signal anti-whiteism to you. They will villainy signal it to you. But more than just a signal, they hold that same morality as their morality. That's the reality of how that's the control over the mind. That's how it works. So, the anti-whites at DHS know that this is happening. They know that specifically that they are bringing these people in here. And then they're very happy with you calling them the name of the gangs. They're very happy with you calling them that sort of thing. They're very happy with you identifying them as anything other than anti-white terror troops. They want you to call them anything else. I can't believe that the so-called like opposition reactionary, oh, we're so edgy, it just like bends over and spreads their ass cheeks for the concepts that the anti-whites want them to use. You're such a bunch of edgy clowns is what you are. You say what do you want us to call them? Let me just bend over. Let me just get over here. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. Just call them whatever they want you to call them. Then you're being edgy. Let's hear from this individual, what he has to say. I think this one works for Alex Jones, and I think he might have a little information on this.
We are now living in a time when foreign gangs can cross over our border and seize people's...
What kind of gangs, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody who's listening, are you catching on yet?
Property at gunpoint with no fear of the law.
This video has been making the rounds online since yesterday. Shows armed men walking through a building, knocking on doors, and entering an apartment. These men are part of a dangerous Venezuelan gang, and their numbers have been growing.
Anti-white gang.
Steadily because of the crime.
You know, let's just address that Venezuelan gang. Then we'll have how many? 10 other Venezuelan gangs, 10 other Mexican gangs, 10 other. But of course, now you have the Republicans because there are so many Mexicans in the country now that Republicans are like, it's not the Mexicans. It is the Mexicans. It is. It is the Mexicans.
Crisis at the border.
There have been rumblings of new gang activity in Aurora all summer. Officials have skated around the topic, but now there's video and victims they can't deny.
It's really
This is the woman, I think, that put up the cameras.
like being held hostage.
Cindy was a prisoner in her own home. She's lived in this building at 12th and Dallas for years. This summer, when crime got worse, Cindy got cameras. Doorbell video shows a group of armed men forcing their way into her neighbor's home. Another night, her camera outside captured two men approaching a vehicle, guns drawn.
What I am told is that police leadership put it out that no less than like 3 or 4 officers could respond to one of these complexes. I now have other property owners, other apartment complexes.
By the way, it's no fewer, not no less. But look, it's just a trifling.
Calling and telling me the same kinds of things.
Food is the biggest commodity over there.
Cindy says she survived the ordeal by staying quiet, giving them food and bed bug spray.
Wouldn't bed bug spray kill them?
Every night, praying she'd hear sirens.
They left us there to die.
In her new home, far away, the peace she feels is fleeting. Because for so many others, she says there is no escape, no solution.
There is a solution, honey. It is for the white race to take our destiny back and to apply our norms for policing and justice and etc. And then we kill all these people, and then it'll be much nicer.
And no sign that help will ever come.
The people working to defund the police are the same people bringing in millions of foreigners without any expectation to assimilate.
Assimilate, I mean, good God, buddy, come on. There is no assimilation. Hasn't all of the evidence proven this to you? There is no such thing as literal, substantive assimilation. People of just like I could go to China with my white bio spirit, my white instincts, and I would, as like the only white guy in my Chinese town, I would imitate, I would act like a Chinaman everywhere I went, everything I did, because there would be so many of the Chinese, so few of me, just one of me. So I would imitate it. And the Chinese there would probably say, well, it's a good guy. He's taken on all of our customs. He does everything just like us. And they would be very foolish, any of them, to conclude that I've become Chinese. Because as soon as there were enough of me and my people there, I wouldn't be so scared of the Chinese. I would start acting more like a Westman. I would start wanting to see more of what is natural for me. That is what happens with all human beings. There's nothing immoral about it. There is no projection of an instinct that is better or worse on a cosmic scale. That's just the way it is in humanity. So there is no assimilation. These are the ideas. This is like the Alex Jonesian idea of it doesn't matter if they're all non-white as long as they love the Constitution. They'll burn that. It won't mean to them what it means to us. Fatso. Same for this guy. There are enough of these people now that they don't have to pretend to share our norms and values.
Foreigners are being given money, education, and homes, while tax-paying American citizens are being kicked out of their homes and losing their jobs.
And by the way, just like I was pointing out with me in China, I could be the most law-abiding person in China. A non-white person can come into this country and be from Mexico, can come in, can be a good person from Mexico, non-white. I'm not talking about white people from Mexico. A non-white person from Mexico can come in and be a contributor and serve the community in various ways, can give to charities, can be a wonderful person. This is a broader question of instincts of the human animal and its variations. So just like I was pointing out in China, they could say, wow, his house is more Chinese than mine. He knows more about Chinese history than I do. He speaks better Chinese than most of my Chinese kids. They could say all of that. All that could be true. I could be a contributor. I could be down at their, whatever it is, whatever charity. I could be giving of my time. And they could say, wow, this white guy's really great. But then we got enough white people there, and I'm like, well, we're definitely going to change the look of my home. It's not going to look Chinese anymore because that doesn't quite sit right with me. And then they drive up and they're like, what is the deal with this architecture that's totally not Chinese anymore?
Property taxes generate approximately 75% of a city's funding. And as the job market, home sales, commercial real estate, and the entire U.S. economy continues to plummet, the average American citizen will no longer be able to pay the city's taxes, and city governments will become desperate. Right on cue, the federal government announces it will be giving out hundreds of millions of dollars to cities willing to take more migrants.
Yeah, they pay off to get anti-white outcomes. Reynold Whitewolf says that he lived in Japan for 5 years and realized that he was biospiritually white. Absolutely. Max and Rob says, have you seen Craig Jones choke out Alex Jones? You will laugh. I've not seen that. Is that an interview? Was he reviewing him? Corey is here. RJJ is here. Anti-Whiteism Ends With You is here. Zach is here. Hyperborean Dream. Great to see everybody here. All right, enough of this guy. Shall we just move on? We will move on to, they're saying so many of the Republicans now, and you'll notice so many of the conservatives, because there are so many Mexicans that have come into the country, and they're thinking, oh, it's fine. This is the normalization of the America-Mexico union. They are completely normalizing it for conservative America. How many times have you seen these white people? And I especially see it from a lot of my friends who are, like Pennsylvania and Northeast in the country, where they're like, well, blacks are non-white, but Asians are really not non-white, and Jews are really not non-white. And so they give like this value thing. And I'm like, no, they're all non-white. You can't produce white children with a Jew or an Asian, or they might be wonderful people. They might be beautiful children. They might be very smart. They might be law-abiding, but they're not white. They might consider themselves half white, but in most cases, they're not going to consider themselves that, are they? Because then that's considering themselves half evil, half responsible to make amends. No. So these Mexicans are not welcome. End of the conversation. They are not part of America. Mexicans are not part of America. Mexicans are not part of making America America. What is going on? Why are we seeing, this normalization of it's like, what is it now? Are we going to be Americo? Is that what we're going to be? Is that the normalization? Americo. It's always been Mexicans and Americans. It's always been one thing. It's always just a formality that we had wars and we had treaties and we had just been Alamo thing was just a formality, just an accidental thing. No, Mexicans are not America. Mexicans don't build America. Understand? Mexicans in America make America more like Mexico. And if I wanted to live in Mexico, I'd move there. And I'm not talking about the white sections either. I'm not talking about the resorts either. If I wanted real Mexico and Mexican, I would move to these parts of town in Mexico. Kindergarten students in Mexico hide during cartel shootout. So no, Republican politicians, we want the border closed to Mexicans and everybody else. Don't want to hear any more about how, it's really all of the South American and the communist Chinese and some of these coming from Africa and some of these from the Middle East. That's the people coming across the border that we're really concerned with. No, you and you looking for votes from Mexicans. Look at that. This is America, bitches. It is not America. And Mexicans are as much of a problem when they invade this country, when they intrude upon illegally or legally into this country, as in Venezuelans or Brazilians, and we're going to be talking about Brazil or any of these others. You got it? Whatever you do, folks, keep an eye out for this and give me an amen if you've seen it as well. Keep an eye out for this and do war with it when it shows up. Absolute war with it. Because in another 2 presidential cycles, if we're not pushing back on this ferociously enough, the Republicans will have it resolved that it's not Mexicans anymore that are the problem coming across. It's everybody south of Mexico and people in China and some people in Africa coming across. I guarantee it. They will normalize. It's a guarantee. You'll be at again, pinky in the air tea parties or lowbrow cookout, whatever it is, with other people who are Republican voters. And I guarantee you, if you haven't heard it, you'll be hearing it soon. And they'll say, well, you know, I met this illegal the other day, but he was Mexican, so it's okay. They have claim. So it's okay. I guarantee it. And all of these people from content creators like Alex Jones, who have been talking about North American Union and how the bankers and all of these shady people, which you can never identify as anti-white because he doesn't give a shit. And he's not talking to me. He likes to talk to a little Mexican, but he won't talk to me. He all along saying they just want this North American Union. And they're creating it by normalizing the presence of illegal Mexicans. And once again, I know there are good people from Mexico who have come into the United States and who have produced and who love the European country that white people made called the United States. And they wanted to continue. God bless these people. God bless them. I salute them for that. Every single one of them. And every single one of them that wants to stand with us against anti-whiteism and the destruction of Western civilization in America, I throw my arms around them. I totally embrace them. At the same time, I don't want to live in Mexico. I don't want Mexican voters deciding what kind of politicians are going to be going at it with each other. Corrupt Catholic Mexican politicians or corrupt Marxist, and these both self-identified, Catholic corruption, Marxist corruption. Nah, thanks. I don't want that to be, and both anti-white. I don't want that to be what my country is guided by. Thanks, but no thanks. This is really happening. I feel bad for these little kids in Mexico, and we have the white Western world has been here to serve as an example to these non-white Mexicans. Hey, if you want a law-abiding place where your little Mexican kiddies can go to school and they're safe and you can have wonderful memories and make wonderful memories, which is what I want for all peoples on a genuine position that my whole life been my position. I want for all peoples. You could have looked at the United States and say, you know what those white people do? They kill the child molesters. They're skyrocketing. Look at the data for child molestation in Mexico. Through the roof. They're like the white people. They kill them. They don't even, not even a blink. They kill them. They try them. They execute them. They just kill them. Let's imitate that. I mean, it's just right across the border. Instead of imitating us, they're like, let's just cross the border. Let's just go live in their country. Let's just go reap the benefits of their biospirit. And then we'll just squat down in some barrio. We will enclave ourselves somewhere, and then we will recreate Mexico. No, you have our example. I mean, and if you want help, if I were in charge of America, I would ask, do you want actual help dealing with this? We'll kill them all for you. We will go in there and kill every single one for you. No problems. And then you all can run it. Then you all can go ahead and take charge. You got the gang problem? No problems. We got satellites that can look right down on the drug lords taking a dump right through the roofs of their houses. And we can make sure they all are dead. And you won't have a problem with it anymore. It just so happens that some of your politicians, a lot of them are going to go too. Because it's just so, we find out, we hear from McAfee, we hear from others what's really going on in the leadership there. So it just so happens we'll be taking them out too. But then you all can run it from there forward and just run it like we do things. Just you have the book, How White People Handle Crime, Create Civility. And then just follow. Can you imagine this? I want you to think hard. Imagine these poor little non-white Mexican kitties, because this is all the anti-whites care about. We care about everybody. Imagine these poor little kitties. And they go to their school every day knowing that they could be abducted, sold into sex slavery, that they could be shot in some gang turf thing going on, that they have to be frightened and they have to show deference and obeisance to these drug lord gang members and terrorist gang members and everything. And then they have things like this, massive shootouts, machine gun bullets flying everywhere, all around them. They got to deal with that. I want you to think about that for a moment, because that's going to be your white children. That's what's coming to the United States. That's going to be your white babies. That's going to be neighborhoods you can't flee from anymore. After you flee and you flee and you flee, your white flight and your white flight and your white flight, instead of addressing the anti-whiteism in the room, because you're too much of a fucking coward to address the anti-whiteism in the room. You want to call it anything and everything else. And then when it goes wrong, as it always goes wrong, when you call it something other than it is, you white flight and you white flight and you white flight and you white flight. Now you can't white flight anymore. And now your little white babies are just like the little non-white Mexican babies down in Mexico. Listen to that again, if it didn't really resonate. That is machine gun fire. Well, we are rolling in hard and strong. Tokoloshi is here. Life is harder for criminals in Mexico, as the people are aware of them and can defend themselves. USA is soft for them. You say the people, obviously it's not hard enough. Obviously it's not nearly hard enough, because there'd be no crime. If the people are really hard on the criminals, there's no crime. There are no criminals. Drugs getting sold? Oh, well, arrest, try quickly, execute. So it's obviously easy on the Mexican criminals. Everybody give a like to the stream, like the great First Last is admonishing. Linda is here. Great to see you. Iowa is here. JC Denton is here. Great to see everybody. Make sure you share so that we can get as many people in here. We need as many people spreading the lexical dialectical armory of the go-free method of conversation, of addressing our socio-political religio world challenges to our well-being, to the control of our destiny, ergo our countries. Every single day, it's getting worse. This works, and it's replicable and scalable. Time to stop being a jackass. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Andrew is here. Great to see you. Ivan, the horrible, is here. Great to see you, champion. Mr. Jones is in the house. Panda Jeet is here. Archangel is here. Great to see you. Who else is here? We're going to get in. Junior Son is here. Happy Labor Day. Is there a Labor Day song? Is there an ass-kicking Labor Day song I can sing for you all? I can serenade you outside your window. What in the world we can look to, and I want and you're going to be talking to your friends, your family, your neighbors on this Labor Day. You're going to be talking to them, with them, lecturing them, being lectured by them, whatever it might be. You're going to be communicating with them. What do you need to know? Is California a Democrat place and it's just only weird things happen because Democrats are there? Or is California, like everywhere else, dominated by anti-whiteism and just slightly ahead of where you are going, wherever you are in the world? Wherever you sit your white ass, wherever you sit your white ass in the world, California might just be a little bit ahead of where you are headed. No, it's not different. It's not a different outcome. Because as long as you have the same social morality, which is anti-whiteism, you end up in the same destiny. So what's going on in California is what's coming to a place near you, which, as we can see, is $150,000 giveaways to illegal aliens, is what they call them on Breitbart. I call them anti-white intruders because they are coming in without our invitation. They are coming in unlawfully. I call them anti-white intruders. Breitbart is calling them illegal aliens. This is not a bill. Now, for years, we've been covering bills and talking about bills that anti-whites were writing up and bringing to the floor for votes and for whipping up votes. And you can only imagine how the anti-whites actually whip votes. That's slang. Just for hey, come on, I'll back your thing, you back my thing. I can only imagine the anti-whites, they get together. I'm sure Cat o' Nine Tails is involved. Probably some toys that are not meant for children involved as they whip themselves, whip up some votes. Whip me more. You can have my vote. When we reported on these things over the years, people said conservatives out there, conservative content creators, conservative people are good people and being misled by these content creators of theirs. They need to come here. But being misled, and we were told, that'll never pass. It's just, they're just weird. Look at how weird. They're all like Woody Woodpecker. I just thought of it. No, maybe I think I thought about that before, a long time ago. They're all like Woody Woodpecker. Every content creator. That will never pass. It's too crazy. They're crazy. It's already passed, dipshit. And why do they do that? It's cowardice. They don't want to address where these things actually come from. Why are they actually giving away $150,000 to illegal aliens to buy homes? Why are they doing that? Because it harms you, white man, white woman, white child. That's why. You want to bet when California, if this continues, we don't recapture our destiny, and California becomes numerically predominantly mestizo, do you want to bet that the policy of giving away tax dollars to newly arriving mestizos will evaporate? Let's bet on it. Let's put the money in escrow, bitches. Let's bet, you tards. Every one of you. The Tartary. The Tartary is showing up. And they're like, I don't know. Well, what has changed in California at that point? There aren't enough white people there to bother to victimize anymore. The mestizos that dominate the state at that point in the future will say, fuck if I'm going to pay for these people coming in. I mean, and is that what some of you white cowards out there are waiting for? Is that what you're actually wait? Well, you know what? If we just sit around here and wait, they'll become the majority and then they'll vote against this. And then my selfish white ass will be fine. I won't have to pay for it anymore. You know, I think at some point, maybe in some areas, at some point in the future, maybe in a parallel world or in a video game, white people might have to take care of white people like this the same way that Mohammed took care of intractable Arabs. Maybe in a video game or in a parallel universe. I'm just theorizing here. Because I'm not going to suffer that hell for your anti-whiteism and your selfishness. Gavin Newsom, look at this. Look at this freak. That's the face he makes when he's bent over. That's the face. When the doctor checks his prostate, that's what Gavin Newsom's face looks like. Yeah. Yeah. Can you check it again? Governor, I've already checked it 17 times. Check it again. Check it again. Gavin Newsom to decide after California Democrat. It's just the Democrats passed $150,000 home loans for illegal aliens. Anti-white California dictator, anti-white terrorist Gavin Newsom will make the final. Did you all see? I was having a back and forth under my. You can learn things just by watching, like my conversations with others. I make those conversations as simplistic as I can, so that everyone can do it. I am intentionally not trying to make it as abstruse as these content creators in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit and implicit, but especially explicit, where they're like, don't you want to watch me? I will talk to you about philosophy and arcane tellings of history that you don't know about and that I'm probably making up most of. No, I articulate arguments as simplistically as I can, not because the vast majority of people are stupid. A lot of people are, but not because of that, but because people have lives. They've got to work. They've got to take care of their kids. They've got to take care of their illnesses. They've got to take care of the rot they just discovered running through the eaves of their house. And so they need something, bang, 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 that they can pick up and use. So I was in a conversation with an anti-white woman who kept coming back. And I was just like thrashing her up and down, up and down. And probably she wanted to get some, but that's not going to happen. But she kept coming back to be more and more thrashed. And finally she says to me, hey, everybody, puts anti-white in quotes. And then she says, drinking game. So I wrote back to her, oh, please, make it ever clear. And then I wrote anti-white like 70 times underneath of it. Gavin Newsom will make the final decision on a bill, and I think it has to happen before. Well, it's got to have happened, I think. Or no, by the first week of September, something like this. Illegal aliens eligible for $150,000 in home loans for first-time buyers after the state assembly passed the final version of the bill on Wednesday. Assemblyman Corona, Republican. This is going to be your future. I'm going to go ahead and bet that Corona isn't white. That's going to be, he's going to defend us. Arriba! Arriba! Said Corona. helped lead Republican opposition to the bill, but Democrats passed it by a 3-1 veto-proof majority, sending it to the governor's desk. So veto-proof on top of that. And drawing attention to the party's pattern of creating incentives for illegal migration. So Colorado is here. California is here. Reverse it for you. And anti-white terrorists from south of the American border has come to light. It's happening everywhere in America. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I've misread. You want to get news from everywhere. And it's come to light. And what is being done with these people south of the border coming into the country? Well, they're getting free homes. They're getting put up in these condominiums. They're getting put up, but Jason, you wouldn't want to live there. You know, if I moved to China and China said, oh, this is your house for free, I would say thank you. And I would want to live there because I am impoverished. And if I showed up in China impoverished and they took me in and said, you could just have this home for free, it's yours, I would say thank you because I have no money and I would be living on your streets. So they're putting them up in condominiums. They're putting them up in public housing. They're putting them in Section 8 housing in your white neighborhoods. Oh, yeah. Keep an eye out for Section 8. Showing up everywhere. And then $150,000 a piece to buy our homes in a housing market crisis. And of course, what does that do? It encourages more to come in. You think it might? As Breitbart, so these people, they're being rewarded. This is anti-whiteism from start to finish. Steal from the white race, white erase our norms, subject us and non-white people by way of collateral damage to anti-white terror gangs, all anti-whiteism. Not wokeism run amok. Bend over and spread them cheeks to call it wokeism and wokies and communism and all of the above. Just bend right over. Show me how much you like that exam. In fact, some of these guys, I tell you what, some of these boys in conservative content creators, they don't even want to bend over. They want to be in that gynecological exam chair. Newsom's decision will be closely watched. So Breitbart News has reported the loan program expands to an existing program that does not require a down payment. Let me read that again. It's always been said in America that the great American dream is you work your ass off, you save your money, you submit yourself to the whims and the obsessions and the everything that the nettlesome ideas and oppression of bosses here and there, and you submit yourself to us and you save your money, and eventually and you make the right decisions with regard to your credit and what you buy and what you can't buy. You demonstrate over a period of years. Remember, this is what anti-whites would use the meme pathogen white privilege for. You go through all of this burdensome, burning up a big chunk of your life, and you go to lenders and you say, look at what I've demonstrated. I've saved this money. And they're like, you can buy a house, the American dream, your own place. You can build value and equity. And what's the purpose of building equity in a property? Really, what is it? Because that house, the equity in that house is not going to function as some massive business opportunity, is it? It's not going to suddenly turn you into a millionaire is it? No. It grows slowly over time. You pay slowly, it grows slowly. The value grows slowly. You hope it grows. You pay slowly. What is the purpose of this? The American dream, everybody forgets. It's to pass it on to your children. Anti-whites call that hard work and that slow growth of an investment your privilege. Never forget that. Never forget that when you go to war oratorically against anti-whites. Never forget that they're taking away your blood, sweat, tears, arguments, memories, that they want to strip you of all of it with a concept. And if you use it, you are stripped of all of it. Never forget that. The anti-whites want to take all that away from you. They're going to take the money, they're going to devalue the money that you have in your pocket, in your account, and give it away to the people who are coming here to white erase you. And remember, you don't have to kill white people to white erase them from the town. You don't have to murder them. You don't have to put them in camps to white erase them. They're going to give away. Will white people be able to afford housing in a market where there's already too few homes, and they're giving illegal aliens, according to Breitbart, that's what they're calling them, they're giving them $150,000. And do you want to bet? They're calling it a loan. Do you want to bet that the next bill or 5 bills to come or 10 bills later, they'll say it's forgivable if they make payments for the first year, or for the first 3 years, or for the first 5 years. No need to pay on this forever. But more importantly, let me just read this sentence. Talk about the white erasure. Let me just read this sentence. Breitbart News has reported the loan program of giving away $150,000 on the basis of not being white expands an existing program that does not require a down payment or interest payments, but instead only requires the borrower, the non-white borrowers, the not white borrowers, whites not allowed, that requires the non-white borrowers to repay only the principal. Who's going to be paying for the money? So on top of the injustice there committed against white people, and how many, since I've put up my tweets about Donald Trump talking about an anti-whiteism in the country, how many anti-white mutts have come in and said, how are white people being harmed? Let me count the stars in the skies. So we as white people are not allowed to access, although I haven't checked, white women might be able to access, white males not allowed to access loans for home buying that doesn't require a down payment. If I'm in the program, I don't get access to this. And I don't have to pay interest if I'm non-white on my loan. The bank has the money in circulation. They don't have it. To give the money for circulation, they require payment for the money. The bill and this program says you can't get it from people who aren't white and who apply for this program. So then what does the bank have to do to stay in business for my loan, if they would ever give me one? They've got to charge me twice, maybe 1/3 more, maybe 1/10 more. They got to make up for the money they don't have in circulation that they can't charge for. So, and how many directions am I as a white male? In how many directions am I harmed by this? And then on top of that, they're going to give $150,000. So if no down payment is required in the program, that 150 giveaway is now going to go toward the principal. I mean, how bad does it have to get before you finally say you aren't going to continue down the conservative way? How bad does it have to get before you stop repeating the multiracial Jew haters, before you stop centering Jews or blacks, before you stop being Judeo-centric, before you stop being a conservative abstractionist coward? How bad? Remember, California is not an anomaly. California is where you're going, wherever you are, until we defeat the social morality of the West, which is anti-whiteism. How fucking bad? Anti-whiteism of California is where we all are going.
Here we go again. San Francisco is about to evaluate around 100 statues and monuments to see if they no longer represent the city's values. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman joins us now.
Hundreds of statues no longer represent the city's values. California, statues, what's coming? The statues of Georgia, of Maine, of Pennsylvania, Virginia, Wisconsin, no longer represent the state's values. Where do the values come from? The social morality, which is anti-whiteism. I'm trying to drive this home because I'm sick and tired. I seeing the loss after loss after loss, and everybody following all of these content creators that are Pied Pipering them down to hell.
Christina, help us out.
Hi, Pete. This all started in 2018 when the city removed a monument called the Early Days Sculpture. It represented a Native American seated before a Spanish Catholic missionary. Efforts to remove and in some cases topple and destroy statues gained a lot of momentum in 2020 during the racial justice protests that...
And this is Fox News, this anti-white pig, just called it racial justice. During the racial justice protests, racial justice. These are for you conservative content consumers out there. You hear about how they're going to pull down all the statues in California? Don't represent the values of Californians anymore. Yeah, what? You know why they're doing it? Because of the racial justice protests. That's what I heard. Them damn racial justice protesters. I haven't enough of them.
Swept across the country. In San Francisco specifically, the Francis Scott Key and Ulysses S. Grant statue.
Look at this hideous monstrosity in the background. Look at this thing here. Look at this thing. When they built that thing in D.C., when they built that thing, I was like, of course. Of course. Of course. It is such an in-your-face eyesore. It should absolutely be bulldozed.
Statues were knocked down by protesters. And even though a number of statues were taken down, that was apparently not enough for...
How much do you want to bet we're going to see conservative Christians out there that are like, oh, look, it was a missionary. And so it's all about Christianity. That's what it's all telling me. It's not about race. People's skin color doesn't matter. God made us all the exact same, except different skin colors. And so it's all about Christianity. You see, oh yeah, what about all the by far 98% of these things that are just white? They're not Christian, that they're taken down. It's just pray. Just let's pray. Let's pray. Please save everything for us while we sit here in these little pews stinking, and you will fix it for us. Bam, thunder hits.
Some 98 statues and monuments in San Francisco will now be surveyed.
That appears to be Lincoln that has his arm ripped off. No, I'm sorry. His arm is still there, but it's coming down
by an outside firm to determine if they will be removed from view or not. They include statues of Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and Abraham Lincoln, in addition to various war heroes.
And you know, how will, let me hear it out there. How will the conservative content creators and even the white, explicit white sympathetic content creators out there, what will they say? How will they defend this? Oh, well, slavery was normal for their era. And he was the most anti-white, you see, of his age. You see, and so it shouldn't be taken down. You see, he was more anti-white than most anti-whites today, and so yeah, you shouldn't take him down. That's what it is. He was anti-white of a day. Do you know how many black people he rescued? Talk about being the most anti-white. Here's the metric that all we care about, the social morality, is anti-white of this country. Benjamin Franklin, why, he was even more anti-white than Marx. How dare you take his statue down? By God, you hated white people. Have you seen the unpublished papers of Benny Franklin? Have you looked at them? He spoke nothing but anti-whiteism. Kill us all, he said. Kill us all.
Heroes, Catholic saints, and even a bust of former California Senator Dianne Feinstein. This project is called Shaping.
Oh yeah, and then you'll see the cucks will come in there and they'll say, "Ugh, they're getting their own. Ha ha! Victory for us, right? What? My wife's being gang raped? What now?"
Legacy. It's expected to be finished in January. A senior program manager with the San Francisco Arts Commission says looking at the city's...
They're not taking that one down. Fox News. Yeah, that'll be another thing that the content creators will be doing out there, won't they? Well, what's next, Gandhi? Those Democrats. What's next? Are they going to pull down MLK? They might pull down MLK. That'll be a statue I'll go defend. I'll tie myself to the ass of the MLK statue, because I'm not going to let them take down MLK. Don't they know our values? God, I swear to... Can you feel the contempt that comes through me when I do the caricatures of these abject losers? Can you feel the contempt? They misaffect everything that we try to do in defense of white well-being. They will sidestep and abstraction coward every issue that you come across. It doesn't matter how explicitly anti-white it is. They disgust me. Somebody needs to finance me flying to where these content creators are, hire a detective, let me go up, bring a camera, let me get right into their face while they're at the grocery store, while they're getting their car washed. Let me shake them up a little. Let me give shaken baby syndrome on these people. Let me just get my hands on them.
Monuments and statues as a whole shows, quote, a concentration that talks about power, privilege, white supremacy, patriarchy, and colonial.
Okay, so the anti-whites are specifically saying we're getting rid of white people. Power, what does power mean in the West? White people. Privilege, that's shortened from white privilege. White supremacy kind of speaks for itself, white people. Patriarchy, again, white people. Colonialism, again, white people. So what they said is we're going to be looking at getting rid of white people, white people, white people, white people, and white people. 100% that these content creators are going to be saying anything other. They're going to abstractionize this into something else, into 10 other things, into 20 other things. They're going to be like Tucker Carlson, apparently talking about recently going off the deep end, maybe for ratings. I don't know. The powerful in league with beings, circulating the beings, not talking to me, not having me on the only community making a difference in the world. And not only that, from a small, you'd think you would talk. If we heard of a powerhouse community in any country, say like Russia, anywhere, and they were influencing the language of the entire country, indeed, of all the countries like that country, with next to zero money, America would all wanting to be talked to them.
A $3 million Mellon Foundation grant will fund the survey of the monuments.
Hey, white people out there that have decamillionaires, centimillionaires, hey, how about some $3, $5, $10 million so we can operate a white positive ADL, communicate these things, get interviews, be able to travel, do it all, big concrete and glass headquarters. Hey, let's do this before it's too late.
The mission of this project is to, quote, confront the inequities of the past.
Confront the inequities. Who are the people in this anti-white narrative responsible for the inequities? Is it the Asians? No. Is it the Jews? No. Is it the blacks? No. Is it the Hispanics? No. Is it the American Indians? No. Is it white peoples? Oh, yes. So they've got a target, cuck. It's the white race.
Has to confront the inequities of the present. Now, some might argue.
And confront the inequities of the present. As I told you, just like I wrapped up last Sunday, the white kids at my junior high school, they're still the villains. As much as we were the villains when I was there all those years ago, and they were the villains all the years before I attended that school, it's a storyline. It's the anti-white narrative. It's the one the entire Western civilization lives under.
San Francisco has bigger problems like dealing with the rampant homelessness, crime, and drug use that plagues parts of the city. But
there she goes, this anti-white pig here. She's like, yeah, they got crime. They got people pooping. They poop in their streets. It's just disgusting. How am I supposed to shop when there's poopy on the grounds? Everywhere you go, there's poopies on the floors, and I cannot shop for my expensive handbags. So what can I do? They should be addressing the poopies before, or maybe in tandem with getting rid of the white people. Typical. This is another conservative cowardice move. Is instead of addressing, hey, you're attacking white people. That's pretty evil. You're literally attacking, you coming up with excuses to victimize. That's evil. Instead of confronting the obvious, they're saying, and it's not just the content creators, it's all the conservatives that we have to live with. They want to say anybody else. If it were Jews, if San Francisco were saying, we're getting rid of all the statues to Jews, your conservative brother-in-law would have no problem. Can you believe? They're anti-Semites. His bumptious ass would come in there. You know how they all are. You know, this look like they walk. They're anti-Semites over there. You got another Budweiser? They're anti-Semite. They're gonna pull down the Jewish statues. If they were gonna be pulling down any black statues, could you imagine all the white female conservatives who would roll up all bent out of shape with that one, doing their like fake little, they've got no rhythm dances to the rap music. They're like, come on, get it. They're going to take down the black statues. Look, if they are. But when it comes to white people, it's like, don't they got something better to do? They should have something better to do, don't you think? Pass me some more cyanide. They should have something better to do than to take down those I mean, what a cowardly abstraction that is. What a cowardly deflection. You absolute midget-sticked, vegetable-headed morons. Shut up!
Statues and monuments are apparently...
Shut up! I can hear you talking.
What's making headlines there this week, Pete.
Wow. Christina, thank you.
Wow. Wow. No, he would be all indignant, wouldn't he? If it was blacks or Jews or Hispanic statues being taken, he would be all indignant.
Crime, homelessness. Instead, we're going to go Native Americans, Catholics, Francis Scott Key, Star Spangled.
Oh, Native Americans. They're not taking down Native Americans. You absolute faggot. I bet you this faggot is, oh my God. That just, what did this motherfucker just say? Let's listen to him again. If he just articulated what they're taking down, and he included American Indians, because the statue that they first spoke of was of a white man getting a American Indian to convert to Christianity. So the white man is what's going. And this the image of an American Indian in submission to a white man is what has to go, not American Indians generally, and that's what's bad. Let's listen to Pete. Let's listen to Small Pete.
Making headlines there this week.
Small Peter. I wonder what little Peter has to say.
Pete.
Wow. Christina, thank you. Crime, homelessness. Instead, we're going to go Native Americans, Catholics, Francis.
So what he just said. Catholics, too. Are they going after Catholics?
Scott Keys.
Okay, so isn't that interesting? He gave a race for the American Indians. He called them Native Americans. He gave a race for them. The white man converting the American Indian, he called a Catholic. And then when it came to Francis Scott Key, just the name.
Star Spangled Banner.
Okay, just the name and the song he wrote. We can't keep doing this. We cannot keep allowing people like little Dick Peter here to be the defense. Are you seeing how deep the anti-whiteism is? This motherfucking piece of just took what is clearly articulated. Did you not just see what the anti-whites were saying? We're going after white people, white people, white people, white people, and white people. And then this conservative, cuckservative shill bitch just said, okay, so you're going after non-white people, Catholics, and a guy who wrote a song? Did I hear you right? No, Pete. You didn't hear them right.
I know that's got to go. Grant, he won
Benjamin
the Civil War. That's got to go.
Abraham Lincoln.
Grant won the Civil War, so he's got to go. They literally said, white people, white people, white people, white people, white people. And look at what little Peter translated that to. Non-white people being harmed, the Catholic religion being harmed, a guy who wrote a song being harmed, the guy who won the Civil War being harmed. What? What, Pete? I wish this little pussy could see my response to this. This little fucking pussy.
Washington, Lincoln, war heroes, Dianne Feinstein.
Okay, so war heroes got to go. Remember, white people, white people, white people, white people, white people.
Got to go. All right, good. Check. Thank you.
I would love to be flown to confront him as he's getting coffee. And when he's like, get out of my face, I grab a hold of him. I'd love that. spit in his face for being such a anti-white coward. What is this piece of shit doing to us as a consequence? He is part of our victimization. He is literally saying to our brothers and sisters out there in our millions, gang raped, butchered, mutilated, white erased, victimized in every imaginable way. Whatever you do, don't listen to the anti-whites when they say they're here to victimize you, because what they're really here to do is harm non-white people, Catholics, and in some instances, a guy who wrote a song, the guy who won the Civil War, and some war heroes. Has nothing to do with white people. What are you, some kind of racist? And look, this is a perfect freeze frame. Somebody get a nice screen capture of this goofy anti-white bitch. I'm calling you out, little dick Peter. You anti-white bitch. Yeah, I'm not making the 6 figures on Fox. I get it. You're probably better looking than me. I get it. But I'm a man, and I tell it like it is. And you are a pussy, and you're anti-white. You're a disgrace to our people. You are a disgrace to your family. What an absolute piece of garbage. Now you get to see. And this is the kind of thing. And how does that happen? Because of the social morality of anti-whiteism. The social morality gives the gravitational pull. And of course, the anti-white black female, she's like, in Abraham Lincoln. But they won't be celebrating him for long. The next generation of black people are like, white people didn't do shit for us. We freed ourselves. Juneteenth, baby. We did it all on our own. We saw the writing on the wall as soon, all the way back in the 80s and 90s, when Afrocentrism came along. You remember, what was her name? Mary Lifkowitz did that deep dive, went through it. And she's like, by the way, do you know at the universities they're teaching that black people freed themselves in the United States, and that they developed airplanes in ancient Egypt, and that, please go look at that book, go look for yourself. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. And she said there was a period in ancient Egypt, they claimed all the Egyptians were black, and that there was a period where they flew in, they had invented airplanes and they were flying those, but there were also blacks who could fly by magic. So not only you could be zipping along in your airplane and bada bing, here goes one of them right by. He's like, right by the plane. And then white males went down there, and we were just so jealous that we killed off all the ones that could fly by magic. And we killed off all the ones who knew how to build airplanes, destroyed all their airplanes, didn't immediately take up aerial flight, or flight, I guess I just should say, for ourselves, aeronautics for ourselves. We just decided to destroy all that. Yeah. Look it up. What is it called? Not Out of Africa or something like that is the name of her book. I normally don't drop that kind of stuff because it doesn't help. It's not beneficial. But that's the kind of shit they're teaching. And she's going to be the part of the last generation that are like, Abraham Lincoln. Even though that's totally erroneous, that he didn't free any of the slaves in states and territories that he controlled. But it's just an aside. Check that out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm fired up now after Baby Pete. Baby Pete? Hey, Baby Pete. Hexef. Hey, Baby Pete. Hey, bitch. Hey, you fucking bitch. I can't believe that mother. I mean, are you as pissed off as I am? You should be if you're healthy. What a piece of shit. If you're male and you are even a tiny bit man, you're pissed off at this clown. What a fucking coward. Holy shit. I mean, let's just be serious. You got to break this shit down. You got to slam the brakes at some point, and people have to be thrown forward, maybe bounce off the fucking dash. Maybe the dash to the seat, to the dash to the seat, to the dash to the seat to wake them up. How bad does it have to be for baby Pete? How bad? Or do they, so they're saying it's white people, white people, white people, white people, white people. We're getting rid of all white people statues. And he says it's non-white people, it's some Catholics, and it's war heroes, the guy who won the Civil War. It's just anybody but white. I mean, do we have to have video of them like literally going from house to house, dragging white people out and butchering them? Baby Pete would still say it's something other than targeting white people. This is how we get to where we are today. What an abject piece of shit. I really am stunned. I am just shocked. What an abject piece of cowardly what a craven you are. What a pusillanimous bitch you are. I can whoop your ass, and I am far more intelligent. Know far more words. Go ahead and look that one up, bitch. What an absolutely perfidious coward. Man. Abraham Lincoln. I got to take that one down. That's just got me too pissed off. Censorship. The censorial anti-whites are incessantly, we're doing like a child's book here, censoring green eggs and ham. That's what Baby Pete would say. Censoring white people who point out that the people who are targeted and victimized are white people. And so we're censored everywhere we go as a consequence. And we talked last week about the importance of the anti-white narrative, and that is why Durov was arrested in France, because he was providing a platform that allows Russia in the back door. I'm right about that. Proven right immediately. The day after, I say, you know what? Russia's probably got the back door because they let him go. And it's clearly collusion to me. The very next day, Putin comes out and goes to oratorical war with France over arresting Durov. Well, he's got to do that because Russia has the back door. They don't want France and the rest of the West to have the back door on Telegram. God, it's obvious. You have all of these people out there saying it's the only censor free, the only one that is not subjected to a government. Bullshit. So they arrest Durov because they won't allow a contradiction to the anti-white narrative. Not a narrative, not whatever information that they deliver on a Monday or on a Wednesday. They don't want anybody disagreeing with that. They don't want a contradiction to the anti-white narrative. They have to maintain it because all that matters is that fiction and fictionalized reality. That's all that matters to the control of a people. All across Western civilization, anti-whites exert control over our destiny by controlling what we believe about our present and our past. So they need to be able to give two or more sides of what you are allowed to think about our present and our past in order to control where we're going, where we allow ourselves to be led. That's how this works. This is mind control. So they arrest Durov because on Telegram, people were able to give their opinions at odds with the anti-white narrative. Not a place for white well-being. Pavel Durov, not a white well-being advocate, not at odds with anti-whiteism, a self-promoting billionaire in league with the country of Russia, his country of Russia, living in the lap of luxury in the Middle East, and enjoying the sex, the drugs, etc., the Lamborghinis, the everything you can imagine under the sun, the food, enjoying it all, and goes to France, gets arrested because the anti-whites want to get in there. And they want to make sure that there aren't contradictions to anti-whiteism. And now Russia is in a bit of a pickle because they don't want France to be able to get in as well. So they have to come to bat for Durov, and they are coming to bat for Durov, and it will continue and until or unless something behind the scenes is struck, but who knows what exactly that is. We can speculate, but not entirely relevant to the direction I'm taking the conversation at the moment, the education, the edification at the moment. We are going in the direction of the difference between the anti-white narrative, which is uniform in Western and across Western civilization, and ideological party-based narratives. There is another billionaire out there, Musk, who is and has provided a platform on Twitter, which of course he now calls X, where people are able to hold opinions at variance. But if you'll remember, by way of his CEO, Yaccarino, isn't that her name? Yaccarino, that people can have speech but not reach. So Musk is trying to walk a very fine line with the anti-whites who dominate the federal government, dominate the FBI, dominate the CIA, all been demonstrated to be corrupt beyond imagination, anti-white beyond imagination. He's trying to walk a fine line. He's trying to say, I will let you influence my platform without turning over the keys. At least it appears this way from the outside at this point. The anti-whites, though, are not going to be happy with a white man, because no matter how anti-white he is, he can't be anti-white enough if he's a white man. So they need to utterly control him. They need to utterly control the platform. They need to be working to divest him of his holdings. A white man with as many billions as Elon Musk. We've seen this before. This happened during the Industrial Revolution. We'll be returning to that topic in just a moment. So the anti-whites are at war with Elon Musk. This is why I said that if Musk was going to move through with the purchase, that what he needed to do was to use his wealth to put together an entire division, department, wing, whatever you want to call it, army of lawyers and strategists and everything you can imagine to offensively, aggressively, proactively find the anti-white institutions and individuals who are most likely to wage war on him and who could do damage, and to preemptively destroy them, just like Israel preemptively attacked the other day. I haven't seen that happen, but he has engaged in a lot of legal battles, and he's winning some of them. But he's being attacked not just in America, globally. We've seen it before. Let's first just take a quick look, just a little recount here of what happened with GARM. GARM, of course, was this international entity, paid for, staffed, funded, articulated into existence with some of the brightest that money can buy, from brands, businesses, the biggest you can fathom, to crush dissent to the anti-white narrative in all business, to crush it. They went after Elon Musk. And Elon Musk won. Elon Musk took down brand safety group, GARM Brand Safety, looking, and they were just looking for some controls. Obviously, this is written by an anti-white for anti-whites. Musk sued the ad trade group that helped social media clean up its act, and now the group is done. Musk dealt a blow to the brand safety edifice in advertising as an industry group, GARM, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. They're always going to call it something nice. And if I were, say I were in politics, it could never happen, thanks to all of these gelded conservatives out there. But if I were in politics and I talked about these people, I would not call them Global Alliance for Responsible Media or even GARM. I would change it to make them evil in our story. GARM folded following a lawsuit from X accusing GARM of colluding to organize an advertising boycott. Now, dumb people will say, we're going to move right on to the next item here. All you got to do is file a lawsuit and then you win. We just go to the court and then we win, huh? No. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. We don't want to hear from you anymore. You're too dumb. Your mother told you and your father, you know it's true. So stop. No. Musk and his teams had arrayed and aligned so that every move that GARM would have made, every argument that they would have made, would have failed. And the brilliant anti-white devious monsters operating GARM could look at the contest and see Musk is going to go to the distance and we won't be able to win this. Or if we do, it's going to be Pyrrhic. It's going to be far too costly. It's really going to damage. And it'll be far easier to just fold this outfit and start it again under a different name and continue crushing everybody else but Musk. Go after Musk in a different way. That's how that works. So no, beerhead, bullet catcher. No, you don't just file a lawsuit and win. So Musk in the news just the other day, a judge orders that Musk's lawsuit against Media Matters can proceed to trial. At war everywhere. U.S. District Judge has ruled that Elon Musk's X, formerly Twitter, can move forward with its lawsuit against the leftist censorship organization Media Matters. You mean the anti-white terrorist censorship organization Media Matters? Setting a trial date for April 7, 2025. The Independent reports the U.S. District Judge Reed O'Connor has given the green light for Elon Musk's X to proceed with its lawsuit against Media Matters, a anti-white blacklisting organization. The lawsuit filed by X in November 23 accuses Media Matters of sparking an advertiser exodus from the social media platform by publishing misleading articles that allege X allowed top brands to display advertisements alongside anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi content. So, the point of sharing this little tidbit, it's a bit of a victory for Musk, not for you, not for me. Musk has not articulated any concern about white people. Where is it? He retweeted one thing we celebrated that used anti-white, but where is the concern for the white race? Where is the concern for what we're going through? The obvious, for fucking sake. Nothing. How about our people in South Africa, where he came from? Nothing said. This is a victory for Musk, that the trial can move forward, that perhaps he can bankrupt Media Matters. But what's the real question here? The real question, the real subject is, why is Elon Musk being attacked? Is it because freedom of speech? That all of these brain-dead, bovine morons will moo and assent to and in agreement with? These absolute chimp, shit-throwing morons that will nod their heads and assent to. It's all because of free speech? Is that it? It's anti-whiteism. He's providing a platform that, even though he is walking a fine line with the anti-whites in government, allowing them to influence for a moment, he's not turning over the keys. He's not participating in the removal of all the statues. He has said some things that are not anti-white enough on Twitter. And anti-whites, therefore, see him as the avatar for the white race that must be destroyed. That's why Elon Musk is attacked, not for free speech. They would let him talk all he wanted. He could tell all the fucking lies he wanted if it were anti-white lies. They would let him be and celebrate on every daytime, nighttime, midday TV show. They would carry him in on their shoulders if the things he was saying was anti-white. If he were not allowing anybody on Twitter to say anything that's not anti-white, that doesn't perfectly fit the anti-white narrative. So it's not free speech. It's not a free speech. Listen up, cuck heads out there, vegetable heads out there. You like to say that free speech is the allowing of speech that you don't like. I don't like anti-white speech. Musk would be allowing lots and lots of anti-white speech. So therefore, he would be a free speech activist if he were just anti-white. What's the difference then? The difference is that in this equation, the reality, he's not being anti-white enough. He's allowing people out there, even though he's not giving them reach a la Yacarino, he's allowing them to say anything at odds with anti-whiteism. But in my example, if he embraced speech that I object to, it would be free speech, and he would be celebrated by the totality of the anti-white world, media, entertainment, news, government. You would have politicians lauding him everywhere for his valiant struggle for free speech. So is it a free speech issue? Here's how the anti-whites work. Not only are they attacking Musk in the United States for not being anti-white enough, but they are threatening Musk all over Europe with arrest, with shutting down his platform, and elsewhere, including Central and South America, where we see another wrinkle, and this is probably where we will lose a lot of the midwits out there. But the anti-whites undoubtedly, I guarantee it, are encouraging, funding, etc., the attack on Musk in every country, including Brazil, where there is a confluence of interests with the Lula regime. They ousted Bolsonaro. Is Bolsonaro a friend of white people? Is he battling anti-whiteism? Of course not. There are political parties at odds. Left, right is part of the spectrum with inside the anti-white narrative, which is even different from country to country. So they have a left, right. You might as well call it a blue, yellow, or a magenta, fuchsia battle. It doesn't matter. Bolsonaro is not a champion for white well-being. He is a political party and a political movement that fled because he was ousted by Lula and his political party. Now, is Lula the exact same thing as an anti-white in San Francisco? I don't know. Maybe. But through him and a confluence of interests, anti-whites, powerful ones, can attack Musk. And that's what they did. Now, before I say exactly what's going on in Brazil, I mentioned a little earlier the industrial age. What happened to industrialists who were wealthy beyond imagination for their time and had factories on numerous continents when they spoke out against anti-whites? Their holdings were attacked on every continent. All of their holdings. Strikes at all of their holdings, all on the same day by the anti-whites. And one by one, they capitulated. One by one, they folded to the pressure. That is exactly what you were seeing with Elon Musk. And more evidence of that's exactly what you're seeing with Elon Musk is that Brazil has also taken down Starlink, a totally unrelated company with unrelated investors and unrelated business, with the sole exception that the creator, the founder, the guy in charge is Elon Musk. So everything he does, everywhere he is, will be illegally or moderately legally or fully illegally or legally taken on and attacked by the anti-whites, because that is what ideological fanaticism looks like. You cannot contend with religio-ideological fanaticism with abstractions. You can't contend with it. You can't win when people think that it's their eternity on earth, i.e. eternity in the afterlife, when they believe that's what they are doing, the ultimate good. You can't argue the commons, the abstractions. Do you lotus eater clowns understand that? How long is it going to I guess you'll never get it. The confluence of interests in Brazil is this. Anti-whites want Musk attacked. Lula is a political party. He is the face of it. Bolsonaro was the other. Supporters on both sides. Bolsonaro is defeated by various means. He flees to the United States. Bolsonaro's proponents, some of them still in government, are able to talk in one venue, Twitter. They're able to give their opinions at contradiction with Lula's party's narrative, what they want argued for that country. And here's where the midwit begins getting mixed up, because they incorrectly believe then that if a political party in Brazil has a particular narrative, and that when it's ousted, the other political party's narrative is dominant and suppresses the narrative or contradictions of the other party, then the same thing must be happening in the West. But it's completely different. As if lifetimes of examples aren't enough for you morons. We have an anti-white narrative across the West. We just saw Baby Pete from the conservative side behave as anti-white as the anti-whites who wrote down we're going after the statues of white people, white people, and white people. Completely different. We don't get a different narrative when Republicans get in office. This is where dummies screw things up. So these people there are talking, Bolsonaro's people, in government, outside of government, even kids, even teenagers. The Lula people don't like any contradiction. So they order Musk to censor these people off the platform. And Musk says, no, I'm not going to censor them off. Free speech. Is Musk really for free speech? Is that what it's about? Or is Musk being attacked everywhere by anti-whites? Because he's not anti-white enough. So he retains counsel in Brazil. Well, this is remember, we used to, across the white sympathetic sphere, call what was happening to America, all the biological white erasure, the mixing, and all of this, the Brazilification. This is the America, the kind of corruption that we'll get. So a judge then says, threatening the defense from Musk, she quits, and the judge, still furious that she defended Musk, froze all her bank accounts. She's now broke. Everything she's earned and saved, frozen. This is the kind of whimsical corruption that you see in these Central South American countries. Just, we don't like that. It's all frozen. Now you're a pauper. So he then turns back to Musk and demands Musk retain counsel. Well, Musk can't at that point. Who's going to defend Elon Musk and have all their accounts frozen? So then, when Musk does not show up with counsel to defend X in Brazil against the order that they censor all the Bolsonaro people, even legitimate like senators in Brazil, which is what they're demanding. When Musk won't do this, the judge orders the entire platform shut down. It's shut down entirely as of yesterday. Orders $50,000 fines, I think it is, a day on Musk. $50,000 fines. $9,000 fines for any citizen accessing X by way of a VPN that's caught accessing it. For every single day they access it. $9,000. Talk about the tyranny and corruption. And Lula isn't even doing it himself. Just do it through his judge. Moraes, I think is how his name is pronounced. Alexander Moraes. You can tell me if that's an incorrect pronunciation, but I really don't give a shit. Then, since the battle is not against the speech to demonstrate how right I am, to demonstrate that there's a confluence of interests there between global anti-whites and the Lula party in Brazil, not only does Judge Moraes go after X, but he goes after Starlink as well, because the deeper battle is against Elon Musk for not being anti-white enough. That's where the deeper battle is. So the accounts of Starlink, which is a SpaceX holding, have also been frozen in Brazil. Now, Musk apparently is saying that he's going to continue to provide Starlink free to the Brazilians. We don't need to hear, I don't care about any sort of bizarre global international take about what's potentially happening in CIA from a bunch of people who couldn't possibly know. They get all their information from the press that has been sanitized in every single other country by the leaders of those countries. So whatever their takes are on what's happening geopolitically with this leadership and that political party or this political party is all coming from information that is sanitized by the people in charge. All of those takes do not serve white well-being. So it's all meaningless to white people. It should be totally irrelevant. What I just gave to you makes sense and it serves our well-being. It wraps what's happening in the world with what's happening to Elon Musk. It wraps it all up with a description and an outcome that has an effect on our existence that we can influence, that we can use as a tool in the service to white well-being. Why give time anywhere else unless you want an anti-white outcome? A district judge has ruled that Elon Musk's, this is Sao Paulo, Brazil. What's going on over here on this monitor? Sao Paulo, Brazil, started blocking Elon Musk's social media platform X, making it largely inaccessible on both the web and through its mobile app after the company refused to comply with the judge's order. X missed a deadline imposed by Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes to name a legal representative in Brazil, triggering the suspension. Saudade. That is what the Bolsonaro people, they're feeling. I think it's saudade. They're feeling melancholic. That's actually a word that I think specifically applies to Brazil because of the Portuguese connection. Saudade. It's a melancholy for things that were. Bolsonaro, they're feeling saudade for Bolsonaro. It marks an escalation in the months-long feud between Musk and how much do you want to bet that baby Pete doesn't know that? Between Musk and de Moraes over free speech. To block X, Brazil's telecommunication regulator told internet service providers to suspend users' access to the social media platform as of Saturday, midnight local time. Major operators began doing so, so it's a done deal. De Moraes has warned Musk on Wednesday night that X would be blocked in Brazil if he failed to comply with his order to name a representative. Send forward another attorney so that I can make of them paupers like the first one. Kind of exactly like the anti-whites did to an attorney in Germany who went to defend, not very brightly, a historical revisionist, if folks don't remember. Kind of like the anti-whites operate the same way everywhere, isn't it? Elon Musk, quote, Elon Musk showed total disrespect for Brazilian sovereignty, and in particular for judiciary, setting himself up as a supranational entity and immune to the laws of each country, de Moraes wrote. He scribbled in his decision on Friday. The justice said the platform will stay suspended until it complies with his orders and also sets a daily fine of $50,000. A fine of $50,000. So that's their dollars. So that's $9,000 for the people who use it. So not $9,000, $8,900 for the individuals who use the platform. In a later ruling, he backtracked on his initial decision to establish a 5-day deadline for the internet service providers themselves and not just the telecommunications regulator to block access to X, as well as his directive for app stores to remove virtual private networks or VPNs. The dispute also led to freezing this week of the bank accounts in Brazil of Musk's satellite internet provider, Starlink. There you have it. Brazil is one of the biggest markets for X, which has struggled with the loss of advertisers. Oh, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? That they're going after the advertisers in America, in Europe, in Brazil. This smells a lot like what happened to the industrialists. I mean, you can't, you see what happens. If you've got money, you have got to fight anti-whiteism. You've got to fight it. Because if you don't, you have to finance it. So those are your options. You're not going to be look at what Musk is doing. I have to pay for people to see anything I do on Twitter. I got to pay and pay because I'm shadow banned so that I have speech a la Yacarino style without reach. Brazil is one of the biggest markets for X, which has struggled. Market research group eMarketer says some 40 million Brazilians, roughly a fifth of the population. So this was a major revenue for Elon Musk. Isn't that fascinating? Is this just a little parochial thing? It's just happening in Brazil. There's no connection to anti-whiteism. Jason, what are you thinking about? It just so happens that they're going after his biggest market on planet Earth. As he is scoring victories against anti-white groups in America and internationally going after the advertisers on his platform. It's kind of like the strikes that they use to afflict the industrialists are now the attacks on the advertisers. It's kind of like the same. You don't have the unions to get people to just walk out and not do the work anymore. So you go after the advertisers. X had posted on its official global government affairs page late Thursday that it expected X to be shut down by de Moraes simply because we would not comply with his illegal orders to censor his political opponents. No. Can you not see how much more powerful this would be if they talked about anti-whiteism there? This is about anti-whites shutting down everything that is not anti-white enough. Could you imagine Musk saying that? The white population of the world would immediately be like, what? That's right. The entire white population of the world would sit right up. Hundreds of thousands of white centa and deca millionaires across the West would sit right up and take attention. That would be allies to Elon Musk. That would be money, genius, contacts, human capital that would be allies. That would engender the creation of an economic army. But no, free speech. Don't come too hard after me, anti-whites, because I'm over here for this other thing that you're not really, that you can side with me for, and that's free speech. I'm going to go defend this thing that's not really under attack. Free speech. Because he's being a coward. When we attempted to defend ourselves in court, Moraes threatened our Brazilian legal representative with imprisonment. Even after she resigned, he froze all of her bank accounts. Is there any more to say here? Let me just scan quickly. Nah. I've said enough. The lesson is taught. Folks, I mean, this is where anti-whiteism is. This is how it operates internationally. This is how it takes down and has always taken down, because it's does religion, does ideology operate beyond lines of countries? Yeah, it always has. This is no different. A phenomenon that operates across planet Earth, and nothing in the anti-white world thinks like you do. Nothing in the anti-white world thinks, well, if it's got power, but it's not in line with us, if it's not doing our bidding, then just, if it's not bothering us, then it can be in its backyard and I'll be in my backyard. No, dumbass. That's not how the world operates. That's not how the anti-whites operate. They obliterate you. They come to destroy everything that's not anti-white enough, and they do it everywhere that it exists, including a shithole country like Brazil. And with that, I'll be right back.
The bleeding hearts feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt and your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your world turns to dust. Saboteur, your time will come. Coward, face the pain you've sown. Your facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. You lost the bleeding hearts, feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt in your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your world turns to dust. Your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your world turns to dust. Saboteur, your time will come. Coward, face the pain you've sown. Your facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. No more lies to shield you. The truth will take its stand. In ruins you'll find solace by our victims' righteous hands.
Let's start that celebration. It is swashbuckling success time, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to celebrate. What a kick-ass tune that was by the great Slaughtz. Let's start off with some swashbuckling ecstasy for the great Slaughtz and these magnificent tunes that he's created. Big salutes, 007s, Raucous emojis. I'm going to be getting to all of your tags for me and the financial gifts here very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a Twitter space as well. That's going to be a hell of a good time, and we want you to be a part of it. Right now, we are in celebration mode, and we're going to bring up on the screen one of our biggest champions, the one and only Franklinator, doing all things good, heroic, and glorious painting the world for white well-being. Look at this. In anti-whiteism. I will not let you forget, as we celebrate Quadruple 07's crowns for this gentleman, that he assembles the majority of our victories. And if you have a victory, or you're having victories and you would like us to celebrate you, make sure you reach out to Franklin, me, and or West until we are aware of you and we want to celebrate you. I want to celebrate you. Franklin gets the majority of these together. He does the wallpapering of the world. He moderates here. He does the minutes. Show him some love. He's a real hero in service to white well-being. God bless every single one of you. Like I said, we're going to be celebrating here shortly, and then we're going to be getting to your comments and a Twitter space, a Go Free lesson of the day, and much more to come. Show the love for the great Franklinator. The great Franklinator would also like to give a big thank you to Homeless Bear and Ivan for joining him this week. Every single week, they are in the chat of Donald Trump Jr., influencing the conversation, changing that conversation to one that favors us when we are talking about white victimization. There for the moral members of his audience, and for Donald Trump Jr. himself has demonstrated that he's a moral person. He has taken up our concepts and has used them, and we have shared that. We have the receipts. So big thank you to, on behalf of the great Franklinator, Homeless Bear, and Ivan. We also want to thank all of our honor students. The honors roll call. These people on the honors roll call this is the first Sunday of the month, so we celebrate on the first Sunday of the month the champions who gift without even another thought. We have the honors roll call, we call them, and we start off with those at the top of the class. Those are the all-stars of the honors roll call, and the number one all-star on the honors roll call is Promethean Healing. Show this man some love, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Right below him as an all-star is Joseph. There as an all-star on the honors roll call. Also there is all-star is Western Sunrise. Show the love, show the crowns. User 57 is also one of the all-stars. God bless all of these heroes. And we will move on to the rest of those who are on the honors roll call. We have Mark is over there. User 55 is there, based in Florida. Hartman is there. June is there. Your LG is over there. Defeat Deceit. Tamara, Mother of Victory. Maverant. Zanazak, all on the honors roll call. Champions all. Greg is over there as well. Save Western Civilization. And King Petrus on the honors roll call as well. Over here on Gum Road, we have Hendrickson on the honors roll call. And we have Scott as well as on the honors roll call. And is that Ander on the honors roll call? Big champion over there. Who else? Who am I missing? Is that it? I think that's everybody here. I'm having to go account by account because they can't be trusted to give me the names of everyone who is active, as opposed to those who are inactive over there on Gum Road. All right. Big salutes to everybody on the honors roll call. Champions all, especially those all-stars on the honors roll call. God bless every single one of you. We're going to continue with a few more celebrations here, ladies and gentlemen, as we roll on. I want to give a big thanks to Homeless Bear, One of Western Kind, and Biospirit of the West. I have seen rocking it on Twitter. True champions, spreading the lexical dialectical power of white well-being. I want to celebrate Dino Storm, who I shared at the very beginning of this gathering, you'll find a commercial for updates he's making. He continues to create the video game Westman, and it's looking completely epic. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Totally cool Dino Storm. Also want to thank the video that played right after that. Truly a glorious, another one of these heartstring pulling epic videos from For White Well-Being. Big love, big salutes, crowns and gems, raucous emojis, some swashbuckling flags for these heroes. God bless them. I want to give a big, big thank you to NWG Clips for guys just knocking clip after clip out. Also, Anglo-Saxon NWG made some clips this week. And so did For White Well-Being. Had some clips, some of those kind you can cut out on YouTube. Well done. Well done, champions all. Big celebration for these heroes. Let them know. Let's get into this. One of Western kind in the audience of I Am, I guess it was I Am Yes. We have here, it says here, Ian Miles Chong there. Maybe I got it backward or wrong. But how many of Ian Miles Chong's audience saw the verbiage that One of Western Kind wrote? Well, just a mere 54,000 of them. And what did they read? And they gave likes to and retweets. No white erasure or anti-white terrorism. No white erasure or anti-white terrorism must be Hungary. Well written. Give it up for One of Western Kind. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be here for a while. This under I Am Yes, You Are No for sure. How many of his audience did One of Western Kind get in front of? A mere 24,000 this week. All of these are this week, with the exception of a couple that I'll let you know. 24,000, hundreds of likes from I Am Yes, You Are No's audience. What did One of Western Kind write? You're only Irish if you are anti-white and support the white erasure of your country and dispossession of your people. How convenient. Beautifully written, magnificent, magnificent. Sharing the lexical dialectical power in the swashbuckling fashion that we are known for. How many of I Am Yes, You Are No? This is under Radio Genoa, though, maybe ultimately under I Am Yes. One of Western Kind, under Radio Genoa. How many of his audience? A mere 17,000 people and climbing. Read, multiracialism introduced to formerly homogeneous nations can only mean chaos and erasure of the indigenous culture. My God, be showing some love to these heroes. The lexicon, the dialectics, which are arguments, are spreading everywhere because of the efforts of these swashbuckling heroes. Keep it going. And others, some others that aren't celebrated, they either don't want to be celebrated, or they're yet to be celebrated, or they're too shy about sharing. We're still going here now. Anglo-Saxon NWG in Benny Johnson's audience. Oh, Benny Johnson's audience. Nearly 600 of them gave a like, with almost 30 replies to Anglo-Saxon writing, who else is ready to move past this disastrous anti-white regime? Brilliantly written. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Again, under Benny Johnson, how many of Benny Johnson's audience agreed with this statement? 2,000 people. Under Benny Johnson's, or in Benny Johnson's audience, agreed, with 43 and counting replies. Who else is sick of the anti-white media attacking Trump? Totally at odds with what Benny Johnson is teaching his audience. This is the success we're having. How about the Hodge twins audience? Anglo-Saxon NWG still giving him love for the swashbuckling. Writes, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Well, 1.4 thousand people of the Hodge twins audience agreed with that and counting. 66 plus replies and counting. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, and he's still going on Officer Tatum here. Who else is sick and tired of the white erasure of our country This is Officer Tatum's audience. Almost 300 people have given a yes to that. But conceivably, there are a lot of non-white people in Officer Tatum's audience, and you have nearly 300, and they're like, yes. 23 plus replies and counting. Give it up. Anglo-Saxon NWG continues with working on 700 people giving likes from Tatum's audience. 28 replies and counting. Looking at the sentence, reading the sentence, who else is ready to move past the anti-white regime? They're saying, oh my God, yes. Again, Officer Tatum's audience, and the swashing here is because, in this specific case, Anglo-Saxon NWG. He continues on over swashing, riding the glorious horse that he rides while swashbuckling over to Tucker Carlson's page. We're working up to 1,000 of Tucker audience gives a like. 1,000 people gives likes to this. Who else is ready to move past the anti-white regime? 60 replies and climbing from Tucker Carlson's audience. Here you have, now this is a little older, and I don't think I caught it, but this is Based White when it happened. A post from the great Based White. 1,400 views and climbing. Dozens and dozens of likes. Give it up for Based White. I missed it. Here's another one from Based White that I think I missed. Posting a page from Born Guilty, the cover, and thereby sharing a lot of the power that is contained in white well-being and what we teach here. Over 1,000 people viewed, dozens of likes and retweets. Give it up for the great Based White. Cool Papa J Magic over here on John Doyle. Anti-whiteism is the central problem. How many of John Doyle's audience, John Doyle, how many of his audience? Beyond 700 gave likes to that. 30 replies and climbing. Keep it going for Cool Papa J Magic. Salutes and all. Anti-whiteism starts with jealousy and envy. It's never been more clear. This is written under Lauren Chin. How many of her audience agreed with that? Lauren Chin's audience. Over 1,000 people gave likes to that, working up to 100 responses from Lauren Chin's audience. When will Lauren Chin have us on? Cool Papa J Magic again. This is what white erasure looks like. Anti-whiteism is the central problem. Working on 300 likes from the Lotus Eaters audience. 300 people over there. Abstractions galore. Giving likes to that comment. What white erasure looks like. Anti-whiteism is the problem. Keep it going for the great Cool Papa J Magic. A swashbuckling commander. His medals gleam in that rising sun in the west, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is again. Anti-racism, in quotes, beautifully put, is just anti-whiteism. The R word is an anti-white slur. She is known for anti-whiteism. This in Matt Walsh's audience. 350 members of Matt Walsh's audience agreed with that statement. Anti-whiteism, something that Matt Walsh has been ordered to not say anymore by his employer. Cool Papa J Mag, that's okay, because we'll get his audience saying it. Cool Papa J, as we have been doing. Cool goes on, it's not woke, it's not DEI, it's anti-whiteism. Again, under a Matt Walsh video, over 200 people gave likes in Matt Walsh's audience, agreeing that it's anti-whiteism. You hear that, little Benny? It doesn't matter that you order Walsh to not use anti-whiteism anymore. Your audience are agreeing with us. Cool showing that he can just really bring it home when he's swashbuckling. I mean, he rides into the heart of the enemy, and he is just swinging the scimitar of love and knocking them down. Again, mocking and making fun of anti-whiteism is not enough. We have to condemn it for the widespread evil it is. We aren't going to get anywhere laughing at them. We have 125 people in Matt Walsh's audience and counting, giving agreement to that. Cool, again, he's just taking it to the Walsh community. Walsh, start using anti-whiteism again. Yet another example of white erasure, of what white erasure looks like in the real world. Anti-whiteism is the central problem. Almost 200 people gave that a like in Matt Walsh's audience and climbing with comments. Another victim of anti-whiteism, writes the brilliant Commander Captain Papa J Magic. 436 likes and climbing. In whose audience? 436 members of Salty Cracker's audience. Show this man love. We're going to be getting to this victory in just a moment. But you can see Michael Knowles there. Maybe he going to be in trouble. We'll see. Yours truly, 2.7 million views. Thousands of likes and retweets and comments, ladies and gentlemen. Looks similar to the previous meme that I created that went to 5.3 million views. This one, a week old, 2.7 million, changed it a little bit. And it is rocketing. And by the way, these aren't the same million. I specifically said, do not send this to the same people. So you may have seen it where I retweeted it, but it is not sent. Those are 2.7 million new people. So know that. Add that to the 5.3. Big salutes for that victory. Cindy Ben. I don't know if I mentioned this last week. New article on the No White Guilt Quora page. Make sure you get over there and read the great Cindy Ben. Share this. I also tweeted it today. Introduction to No White Guilt and the Go Free Method. Check it out. Check it out. Brilliantly written. A true swashbuckling. See, you can be a swashbuckling commander, champion, and be a woman of the West, a man of the West. It doesn't matter. It's like being good at shooting. You can have epic female shooters. It's the same thing. Give it up for the hero commander swashbuckler Cindy Ben. No White Guilt clips this week, like last week, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. We have been dehumanized by anti-whiteism. He has 30,000 plus views and growing. He has posted this elsewhere and gotten more views elsewhere. And we're going to share that. Keep it going in a big way. This is this week from No White Guilt Clips. Another swashbuckling commander galore. All in a week. 20,000 plus views. Seeing the verbiage, hearing me talk, hearing me use the verbiage and the dialectics. This is how the media controls your mind. So this hero goes and creates these clips, makes me better than I actually am, makes them available for people, then puts verbiage with it, gets views on the clips, that he posts with his own verbiage associated with. I mean, for God's sakes, really, everybody on your feet. Outstanding. NWG clips. Here we are working on 20,000 over here. This is the outcome of demonizing the white race. We have been dehumanized by anti-whiteism. Continue. This is under Europe invasion. Over here under Europe invasion again. Import the third world, become the third world. How many people? 22.5 thousand and climbing. Over here, this is Homeless Bear now, ladies and gentlemen. I saw him kicking ass on Twitter all over the place, celebrating. This is like a symbolic visual of the Great White Awakening. 14,000 people under I am yes, you are no, reading this and seeing this. Give it up for Homeless Bear. On your feet. Big salutes for that champion. Here we are. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Finding a random. Now remember, sometimes we share these, most of the time we don't. But we are influencing the audience of all of these content creators, and they are using the lexical dialectical power. This person writes, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Anglo-Saxon NWG spotted it and provided it for us. Working on 450 likes, this person. Big salutes. Keeping it going. Here we have a random that Franklin identified this week over there on the Lotus Eaters. There's no double standard once you realize that the real standard is anti-whiteism. 400 plus likes over there under the abstractionist Lotus Eaters. Another random, this one provided by Anglo-Saxon NWG. And this person says, USA and its anti-white culture really has got beyond cringe. 442 likes and climbing, 16 replies and climbing. This is how the articulated plan is meant to work, and it's working. Here we have another random shared with us by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick and tired of the current anti-white regime on Officer Tatum? 363 people gave that likes and 11 replies. Folks, we are absolutely doing it. Let's take a look at Michael Knowles and the epic victory that we had over there. Listen closely.
Well, if you accept those premises, if you accept the premises of the sexual revolution, if you accept the premises of intersectionality and identity politics and DEI, and just broadly the anti-white narrative, if you
anti-white narrative,
liberalism,
yes,
this is where you're going to end up.
Victory! Totally epic, and we'll be right back. Wow. We are the only community that we get started. We're rolling. I'm going to be opening up the Twitter space soon. We're going to be getting into the Go Free Lesson of the Day. I'm going to take a look at your comments and the financial gifts right now. We can get started. We can talk about all that's bad in the world, all that's going wrong. And we can bemoan that, but then we go beyond it. We tell you how to counter it. We tell you, we put it in the proper context so you understand how it's happening. And then we celebrate colossal victories of a specifically articulated stratagem to go from where we are today to the recapture of our destiny. So the workings of the plan, the successes of the plan, no one else does that. You need to never forget it. And I'm not going to let you forget it. Proud citizen of Western civilization says we're winning bigly. We are winning. It's working. And we need to keep pushing because, like I was saying, replicable, scalable. And the great For White Well-Being made that part of that fantastic clip I played at the beginning. The replicability, scalability of these successes make this the way to go from where we are to the recapture of our destiny. End of conversation. Great to see everybody here today. Let me jump over to the financial gifts. Everybody on their feet. We're going to be celebrating on Entropy. Big salutes. 2 heroes. You probably know one of them right away, and it is the great, the one and only, the owner, as far as we're concerned, of Entropy, Dude Bro Moment. To give him love, show him love, show him affection, show him crowns, show the man some crowns. $50 financial gift, and he writes, as always, for white well-being. We start this stream. We got people champion making video game. We got more than one video game. We got video games, board games, rocking music, rapping music, classical music. We got symphonic music. We have synthwave music. No other community has nothing. We've inspired books. We've inspired artists. No one else does this. No other community does this. This is obviously the way, the path, the truth, the future. There is nothing else. Keep it going. Keep the celebration going for a true woman of the West, Mrs. Jess Horst. Financially gifting with 3 beautiful little white heart emojis and the verbiage, hail, sir. Promethean hails to you. 100 white well-beings by this dear champion, woman of the West in service to white well-being. $100. Show her some love. Drop some tiaras. Drop some tiaras on her head. This princess of Cologne Cathedral, my friends. Let me see the love. We're going to go around to the celebratory financial gifts, and then we're going to come back and make sure we hit up all of the financial gifts. So don't you worry. Keep it going. Two gentlemen have walked into the room, both carrying $100 bills. Make sure you drop the crowns, ladies and gentlemen. Open the stage for the celebration of No White Guilt clips. And first, last, both financially gifting 100 white well-being dollars, $100 a piece. God bless these two champions stepping in, stepping up, doing the Lord. And truly, this is the Lord's work. God bless the both of them. And first, last, even including a little joke of his own with his financial gift. He says, for Matthew Heimbach. God bless him. Big salutes to these heroes. Show the love. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Also here on Cash App, you have the extraordinary force of nature for white well-being, a woman for which there is no end to the reservoirs of energy and determination. It is Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting a cool $5 and saying, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. A folk tithe, ladies and gentlemen, for white well-being. God bless you, sister. We are refreshing Subscribe Star, and we're swiveling back around here to Entropy. We have some guy over here financially gifting $5. Thank you, some guy. And he says, grilling some, is that flanken? What is that? Is that an L? Flanken style? Short ribs today with no white guilt. As you should. That's the only way to grill ribs, my friend, with no white guilt. Make sure you tell. That can be something we say now, couldn't it? When we are around friends and family, you can say, "I'm whatever you're doing. I'm washing the car with no white guilt." What does that mean? Let me talk to you about it, my friends. Let me talk to you about it. Some guy comes back with another $5, though. And he says this time, what do you think about using rhetoric like, quote, if you're white and you love your kids, give this guy $20 a month and link to GoFundMe. Well, we can't use GoFundMe. They hate me. And I don't know if we can use any of them out there. But the sentence itself, as far as like advertising and fundraising, maybe. That's a possibility. I thank you for that suggestion, my good buddy. And I also thank you for the other $5 in service to white well-being. How's everybody doing over there on Odyssey? Has anybody financially gifted? I'll be circling back. What was that woman's name? Jennifer Saki? Was she the one that was circling back all the time? She was circling back. Let's see. Do we have any? I'll circle back for those who have tagged me, but we're looking for financial gifts. If I have missed your financial gift, please tell me. Let me know. Tag me. I see no financial gifts. We will hop over to D Live. And it looks like we have... now, I don't know. Let's see. Timmy has financially gifted 2 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency. God bless you, Timmy. Thank you so very much. Spartan has financially gifted 4 lemons. Thank you, Spartan. Lemons, 4 of them of cryptocurrency. He has also gifted Spartans 1 ice cream cone of cryptocurrency. We have Board Troll, 2 lemons over there. God bless you for the lemons. And I think those are all for today. But I will thank Roxy as well, just in case I didn't get Roxy last time. 1 lemon over there on D-Live. Many God blessings to you all. Many God blessings. And we will see over here on Rumble. I see no financial gifts, but I will circle back for comments. I'm going to go first in comments to Twitter. And I will look for you there. Tag me as No White Guilt across the platforms, and we will be opening up our Twitter space shortly, and we'll see if anybody gets to talk or wants to talk. I don't know. And we have a scumbag over there on the Twitter thread. Hello, scumbag, anonymous anti-white scumbag. Are you busy with your mother again? We know what you're up to. All of your type. The anonymity protects them. You're so stupid, you'll contest with someone who can control who speaks. Hello to everybody over there on the Twitter live chat. It's good to see Daughter of Eve is over here, one of our new members of the OT. They are anti-white intruders. Jason, you are right, she writes. Thank you. Let's see. Is that Veru says an effing cartel shootout in my neighborhood? Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, talking about what's happening in Mexico and how we don't want that here in the U.S. Let's see, Dylan is here. And Dylan says, Dylan is obviously very smart because he says, Jason, you are a legend. I appreciate that, Dylan. Thank you so very much. Making of yourself a legend. He says, I didn't know there was a video game. Yes, we have actually a couple of video games. And Westman is totally cool. You'll want to play. Dylan says, you are a machine. And he uses the lexicon. God bless you, Dylan. Thank you so much. Rise to your true potential, physically, mentally, and spiritually through the work of the Go Free practice. Tag me as No White Guilt over there. We got a lot of comments over there on the live chat. Fantastic. Great to see so many comments on the live chat on Twitter. Share it over there. Great to see everybody. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I'm swiveling around to YouTube. I'll scroll up as far as it'll let me. I'm going to look for your tags. I see the applause. I see the great, the one and only 4-0 is in the live chat. Wonderful to see you, good sir. Slaughtz is with us. Slaughtz. We are in an absolute movie. We are in our own novel, ladies and gentlemen. We are the heroes. We are recapturing our destiny. Great to see you. Promethean hails, my brother. Timmy is there. If I hadn't already said hello to you, sir, as I scroll through here. Anglo-Saxon NWG, the nameless one, is here. Tell your friends all about the work we're doing. June, hello, hello. Hello to everyone looking for my tags. Slaughtz says, honors roll call 07. Totally epic. And scrolling, there's Ivan. There's Azimuth Clark. A god human, a god man. Slaughtz celebrating. Proud citizen celebrating. 4-0 celebrating. Hyperborean dream and celebration. Southern Bloom is with us. Great to see you, Southern Bloom. For the win. She writes. Let's see, any other tags? First, last. Saying white is like handling dynamite. Jason has shown us how to center the real argument without blowing up oneself. Precisely. Thank you for that, brother. Son of Handorf. Hello and welcome, son. Good to see you, my friend. Who else do we have here? Tagging me as No White Guilt. Dennis is here. I think I said hello to you earlier. And if you are showing up here, you're in opposition to yours truly or what we're doing here, make sure you tag me. If you jump into the live chats and you're just trying to drag people away, you are a sucker. And often we will delete you and banish you. And it's good to do that. It's good to delete you and banish you. That's what's good. Do you understand? That's what's good. So, Jason, can you believe it? Jason was censoring me on his platform. You sound like a cartoon character. You little weasel garbage. Losers. I don't want to hear it. We're going to be opening up the Twitter space where the weasel garbage will not be allowed to talk. Just so you know. And that's you're irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Except we've changed the language on planet Earth. Except we've reached successfully into every Western country. But we're the irrelevant ones. You're irrelevant. Your community is irrelevant. Celebrations. Celebrations. Enough with the obloquy of the losers. We won't tolerate it, but we will open the spaces with the time we have. We're going to be doing, we don't have any mail from the thaumatological mailbag. We don't have any announcements. So what we do is the Go Free lesson of the day and your comments, your thoughts, your questions. You're tagging me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. I'll be taking a look at all of them. So we have time to talk about the things that are important so that we can capabilize our people to achieve magnificent things, including you and your family and your kin further and further away from yourself and your neighbors. And I can see some over there. I can see that squalid little wretched bitch. We're going to even make them. We're going to capabilize it for them. All right. Let me see. We will set up the Twitter space here. And we will let people, therefore, begin seeing that the Twitter space is up. And they can chime in or not. Or listen. Probably better for most people to just listen, because we don't want here you get elsewhere you get subjected to or everything else, don't you? All the doom documenting, all the idiotic ideas that have all failed for lifetimes. So we don't want to subject you to that, right? It's not worth it. But those, of course, who are in the community that would like to chat, they will be allowed to chat most certainly. And we will get to all of that. Let me just, do I have everything? It appears to be working fine. All right, let me bring it over. Let's bring over the phone. Now, we talked about Elon Musk today. We talked about how he's being attacked because the anti-whites are attacking him for not being anti-white enough, not freedom of speech. He could have all the freedom of speech he wants if he has nothing but anti-white things to say. So it's not a freedom of speech issue. We talked about that. We talked about the white erasure in California. We talked about the bill passing to give illegals really what amounts to hundreds of thousands of free dollars, no paying interest and the like, to buy homes. We talked about the anti-white terror gangs taking over your communities, your neighborhoods, and finally coming to a head in Aurora, Colorado. And we're going to talk about the Go Free lesson of the day, an important lesson, which is self-generated opposition, healing, and renewal. Self-generated opposition, healing, and renewal. What we are not going to do here is engage in catastrophizing. We do not sit around and talk about how bad it is. I mean, this is really what 1984 is all about, isn't it? Catastrophizing. We're going to catastrophize that they'll be able to do this and do that next and have done this. And look what's on the horizon. Look what they just did. And look what we found out about how much power this department has. Look at how far they can reach into your phone and your life and through your Maytag appliances or whatever it is. We're not going to catastrophize. You get that everywhere else. We remedy. And all of this is demonstrating efficacy in numerous parts, sectors of our lives, including mainstream media, changing policies at police departments, winning over bosses and workplace environments, changing the curricula at schools. Nothing else has done that. So I really don't give a shit about anything else. If you want to show up and you want to say, well, we should be doing X, Y, or Z, something that has been done for lifetimes, we're not interested. So we want people to come here and to improve physically, mentally, and spiritually by addressing the poisons. These anti-white ideas in our minds, we refer to them as meme pathogens, are poisons. Ideas, concepts like diversity is strength. And what, of course, diversity means in anti-whiteism is non-white people are strength. Isn't that what it means? Has there ever been a company, a school? Has there ever been and not only an entity, but an endeavor that said that they were diversifying an entity by adding white people to the equation? Never. It doesn't have that is the opposite of what diversifying means. Indeed, we watch as anti-whites will call 100% non-white areas of a single race diverse, or 2 non-white races, or 3 non-white races. No or almost no white people. That area is diverse. What is it called when white people start moving into an area? Indeed, we've seen this now, the same word colloquially used when you see white people entering a field of study and other aspects of life. Gentrifying, colonizing. When white people show up in a non-white environment, or mostly non-white environment, when the number of white people or the percentage of white people increases, it's said to be evil by way of these related words in the anti-white narrative. Words that are related to evil are colonizing, gentrifying, etc. So indeed, when we hear the poisonous concept, when we learn, when we are forced to accept as children, while we are still believing there is a Santa Claus and an Easter Bunny, and of course there are both of those things. But while we've been taught those things, we are also told that diversity, i.e. non-white people, is strength. If diversity, non-white people, is strength, then the more non-white people, the stronger. And isn't that the conclusion we see people coming to, our brothers and sisters in the world? Don't we see them coming to that conclusion? More non-white people means smarter, faster, stronger. The sports team has to get more non-white. There's excitement there. The work team, as it gets more non-white, there's excitement there, anticipation that it's going to go great. Indeed, we can see this in sports that are almost rapidly being white erased, like American football, where positions that typically were reserved for white athletes, the quarterback, when a black athlete is adopted, is recruited to hold that position, irrespective of a poor performance in university, like the former Washington Redskins, when they brought in RG3, that they decide he could be called. I don't remember his actual name, don't care. But they brought him in so many white people so infected with the idea that more non-white means more strength. Immediately, we're talking about Super Bowl victories and literally named their children after him before the first season started. They had bumper stickers. They changed. I saw numerous vanity plates that were some iteration of RG3. Idiotic sports ball morons, whites, who immediately concluded, because of the poisoning of anti-whiteism, that consciously they think doesn't affect them, that consciously they will aver with hubris and indignant hubris that it doesn't control them. How dare you say it does? Those people immediately concluded, without any evidence, that RG3 was going to be Jesus reincarnated, naming their children after him. And of course, he was a bum, and he was always a bum when he was in the NFL. He never achieved anything. But being black meant non-white, meant diversity. Diversity means non-white people. More non-white people means better, stronger. You have the workplace. You have the school environment. How many times do we hear from, professors like Gay and McGill across the country, the Ivy League colleges? The college is more non-white this year than last year. Therefore, it's smarter, it's faster, it's better, it's stronger. This is, we talk about the antecedents in thought and the conclusions. Our own people, you, me, coming to these conclusions because the antecedents were forced into us and now reside in our subconscious mind, where they control the vast majority of our, maybe 95, maybe for some of us, 99% of our lives. You only come out of allowing your subconscious mind to think for you, to tell me that your subconscious mind doesn't think for you. And then you're right back in it. So these concepts that anti-white concepts that we've been infected with, we teach you how to oppose in the Go Free practice. Everyone should take up the Go Free practice. And you should be using the lexicon and the dialectics. It's very easy. It's the only way to take charge of your life, protect your children, and it's all been demonstrated. It's all had empirical success. There's not an argument here to be had about whether or not it works. In the conversation, it works. There's not an argument here to be had about whether or not anything else will work. Everything else has failed for lifetimes. Here we are. Self-generated opposition, healing and renewal. So I'll read you sort of a teaser from the beginning of L3, level 3 in the practice, and then we will touch upon triggers in your subconscious mind and how this works. What triggers them? What are these things in our mind? Like diversity is strength. How do they get triggered? And then how do they exercise influence over us? Self-generated opposition, healing, and renewal. You will be introduced to the methods for treating MP infections and for immunizing yourself against further infections. You will develop the important skill sets that derive from the dialectics and lexicon of Go Free. You will learn how to address MPs as you encounter or sense them within yourself, treating them and weakening them as you go stronger. We're going to be talking about how if you continue to fail to do this, we're going to see more and more neighborhoods that end up taken over, terrorized, not only in America, but we see all across Europe. Indeed. South Africa, Rhodesia, spreading widely and rapidly. You will be empowered by productive thought chains. I mentioned the antecedent and the conclusions, the derivatives. These are concatenated systems that are meant to control the human psyche, the human mind. And they can do it for good or it can do it for ill. Developing behaviors that will erode the foundations by which MPs easily infect and sway you. Finally, by developing these skill sets, your elevation will allow you to receive further instruction for going free, enabling you to climb higher toward your innate mental, physical, and spiritual potential. Triggers in your subconscious mind. And there may be, if there's any pushback on the undermining of our potentials on all these different levels, just ask yourself, if you were to teach non-white children that they were from an evil people, that they needed to spend their life, therefore, and that it was totally immoral for them to celebrate their people and their history because of how evil they are, and that they are good and righteous when they are at war with their people, i.e., at war with themselves, would they reach their potential physically, mentally, spiritually in their lives? Of course not. The same holds true for white people. And that's what happened. That's why addressing these things enable us to begin to move toward those potentials within ourselves. Triggers in your subconscious. Cues from your environment. Let me just check really quickly. Let me see if there are any comments. First, I'll check on Twitter. Or no, not Twitter, YouTube. We'll do YouTube. AOC says, happy Labor Day weekend. A big happy Labor Day weekend to you too. For all of us who have to pay taxes and work and pay taxes and work. Let's see. Sun says, it's great to see American Renaissance and no white guilt gaining enormous recognition. I predict this movement will be way bigger than we expect after the next 4 years of the next president. Well, I hope you're right, son. I absolutely hope you're right. Sincoy is with us. Great to see you. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have any questions, comments, you want to push back on me, you want to agree, you want to add an insight on something that I'm saying. And you can do so on any of the... Isn't that interesting? There was a handful or so on Twitter, on the space, and they all of a sudden they all disappeared at once. When you don't have the support of the CIA to represent the resistance to anti-whiteism, it's really an uphill climb, my friends. It really is. All right, I don't see... Let me see if there's anybody in the live chat on Twitter as we approach the top of the hour. Daughter Vive is saying the anti-white narrative is absolutely global. It is. You're right. Let's see. I don't see any tags, I don't think. Remember, tag me at No White Guilt. Energy saying the USA is a white nation. Of course. White people are the only people that can create Western civilization. I would encourage that white centering, Westman centering. Let me see over here. Are there any tags for me? Nationless says No White Guilt is more relevant than the big abstraction channels. Hard-needed truths that focus you to look at yourself. Very well said, and thank you for that. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's total relevance. 100% relevance. We are the most relevant. The do-nothings are not relevant, no matter how big their audience gets. Let's see, we have a 5 library token over here. From Who'da Thunk It. Thank you so much, Who'da Thunk It. Says, disagrees with the answer to his question last time, but Go Free is still the best path. I don't know what that question was, but I appreciate the civility. Land of the Fake says, Jason's nailing it, per usual. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. He says, Jason, Land of the Fake says, Jason, send Warren Buffett a proposal bid for the White Defense League. He just pulled out of Bank of America and a bunch of other big companies. Like, is that Apple? He pulled billions out. Yes, it is Apple, and says he pulled billions out. I don't know. He also asks, does he see a crash coming? I don't think that Buffett's mind would think that way. At least the way I think you are implying that he's thinking. If he wouldn't, I would guess that his mind would not be pulling out of something for fear of a crash or losing. That's more of like your regular worker's thoughts. I think he would pull money out of something because there is a more lucrative option somewhere else. And he would be moving his money to that. But maybe I don't understand you properly. You can correct me if I'm wrong, my friend. Correct me. All right, I think we got all of that. So we will swivel back around here. Well, let's see. Do we have somebody to make fun of? No, I think that's it. Oh, by the way, the guy saying I'm irrelevant has 17 followers. It's priceless. It's like, what is that, a Visa commercial? Where that came from? The advertisers. Yeah, I got 17 followers. You're irrelevant. All right. Let us jump back into a very important lesson here. Triggers in your subconscious. Cues from your environment and your conscious thoughts trigger meme pathogens in your subconscious mind. I'm going to read it again. Cues from the environment as well as your conscious thinking trigger MPs in your subconscious mind. A cue is any element in your environment or conscious thoughts that activates an MP you are infected with. For example, you are standing at a bus stop with a group of strangers. A white man gives each of you a leaflet that warns about non-white violence and the dangers of a growing anti-white, non-white population, like we see in Aurora. While riding on the bus, you wonder if your family will be safe in a community composed increasingly of other peoples. The leaflet is an external cue. The thought you had while on the bus was an internal cue. So we've all, just to give an example, we've all, if you've ever passed out leaflets, I could just say, you've seen the effect that it can have on a person when that external cue triggers in their subconscious mind. So what is it triggering with the trigger? The definition of the meme pathogen, description of, well, maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here in the book, of the holders, of those who oppose, impressions and understandings of those who hold or oppose the particular MPs that were triggered, emotions associated with them. Very powerful stuff. Very powerful. You can see when you really begin to grasp that, how futile the conscious mind is in response. Your conscious mind is never stronger than its ability to just be louder in a given moment. And its endurance over your life is very limited. It's, if you are a fat ass and you eat poorly and drink beer and everything else under the sun, you get onto a treadmill, you last for 30 seconds. That's like the conscious mind. You activate it, it can give an impression, and it's exhausted. Then you go back to the rote of the subconscious mind. You go back to the life of the subconscious mind. I guess an example of that would be, how many of you have had family where you knew your family had an oppositional view to a social morality, which is anti-whiteism. And you got to be honest with you. Don't speak out. You don't have to say, yeah, that's me, because it's a little embarrassing. But you thought like your family was kind of, you needed to keep it quiet. You didn't want people to know that they had a view at odds with what you have learned and been programmed with as socially moral anti-whiteism. You love your family, but they think a little differently, privately. You all know, if you're being honest, that I'm 100% right. Both the external and internal cue activated MPs with which you are infected. Once an MP has been triggered, the interpretive mandates connected to each anti-white precept are evoked by your subconscious mind. And here's another place that arrogant, hubristic losers think that, oh no, I just can use my conscious mind. By the time your conscious mind even begins to think the very beginning of the first utterance, your subconscious mind is done. You've heard of the flow state in sports, in public speaking, in business, etc. The flow state is a state where the conscious, slow-ass, ridiculous, pathetic brain does not interfere with the subconscious mind. So now that you can associate the reality that the flow state is this magical state where you just perform, there's no thinking, there's no conscious thinking. Once you understand that, you realize then that you can't get there first to yourself with your interpretation or what you learned from some content creator 5 years ago. That what gets there first and is done is the subconscious mind's interpretive mandates. For example, you likely feel shame or that you are, quote, doing something wrong for holding or even listening to or reading opinions that conflict with anti-whiteism. Everybody who's being honest will say yes. All of us have felt that deep shame for even entertaining anything at odds with anti-whiteism. You feel like an outcast. You feel ugly. You feel uneducated. You feel frightened. Imagine that you stand on a small stage, surrounded by a random crowd of strangers. A man on a megaphone tells the group that you don't think the races are identical, that you reject diversity, that you prefer associating with your own people. All eyes are on you. How do you feel? Now, that is a great way to really dig into that brainwashing, the reality of how thoroughly we are controlled by the poisoning of our subconscious mind. You know what everyone there will think. Now, you're not working for psychic friends. Am I right? I mean, maybe you can tell me, are you working for psychic? How do you know what's in their head if you don't have psychic powers? Here's the thing. You don't have to objectively know what's in every person's head. There's no way for you to tap in to everyone's brain and then to feel a specific way because of that tapping into their brain. You know what they think because you live in the anti-white narrative. You've been told what they're going to be thinking. It might, for some of them, it might be objectively wrong. For some, it will be objectively right. Yet again, you see the importance of referring to it as the anti-white narrative, understanding that fiction is more important than reality in human existence. Fiction is more important than reality in human existence. You know what's in everybody's head because you're living in that anti-white narrative. And each one of those audience members knows what's in everybody else's heads. They also know how to think about you, what kind of person you are, that you're immoral, ugly, unwanted, an outcast. And attendant emotions are part of the interpretive mandate, that they should dislike you, that they should hate you, that they should want to be away from you, like you're diseased. And you know it too. Does it matter that you can consciously interrupt your own interpretation of yourself and consciously interrupt what they're all thinking about you for a moment? Do you think that matters? You're a fool if you do. You cannot interrupt, be a character in the anti-white narrative and interrupt the outcome of that story. No character in a story has ever crawled out of the pages and changed the outcome. You have to get off the pages. You have to get into your own story. You have to contend with a new set of concepts that we have developed here and that have empirically been demonstrated successful. In every language or across many of our languages, I don't know if we've reached all of them yet, but every one the concepts reach into, they work the exact same way against anti-whiteism. By contrast, when you endorse anti-whiteism, you feel righteous. How many white people have you watched villainy signal anti-whiteism and you see it come over their face? Their back gets a little bit more erect. Their chest comes out. They have a little bit of a smug smile. I know I'm saying the right thing. I know I'm saying the proper words for this narrative. We've all seen it. Many have probably done it and have felt themselves do that. They feel shame about that. Now you should, but it's not your fault. This was being done to you before you knew the alphabet. By contrast, when you endorse anti-whiteism, you feel righteous. You feel welcomed, supported, intelligent, virtuous. Same stage, same crowd, same man on a megaphone telling the crowd that you think everyone is identical, that you support diversifying your workplace or school, that you enjoy your contact with exotic cultures. Now remember, we did the little table from antecedent thought to outcome thought to derivative. Diversifying means making it more non-white, making it less white, fewer white people. So, same stage, same megaphone, except now he's telling everybody you endorse this. These thoughts and feelings are automatic and instantaneous. By the time you begin consciously examining the cues that triggered these thoughts and feelings, you have already interpreted, judged, and measured the cues by anti-white standards of right and wrong. You have already considered the cues at the speed of subconscious thought, which is to conscious thought as the speed of a jet fighter to a biplane. No comparison. Even if you consciously know that the anti-white interpretations, judgments, and measurements are wrong, your conscious mind is forced to wrestle with your subconscious for the prize of your identity, maybe even the prize of your welfare. What's worse, not only have your conscious thoughts arrived late to the struggle, but you are further disadvantaged because your conscious mind requires effort to wage the fight. Your subconscious mind does not. How many times have you found yourself, usually this happens in a conversation with another person over socio-political religio matters, as it intersects with anti-whiteism and clearly the anti-white moral imperative social morality of the West. How many times have you seen people, or maybe you're yourself, you begin to contradict these outcomes, these interpretations, these known things about those who contradict anti-whiteism, and you immediately feel the weight inside of yourself, as well as the weight coming from the person you are having a conversation with, who is maybe pushing back a little, just a tiny bit. And you find yourself saying, whatever, and you just want to walk away. That is your conscious mind giving up, because your conscious mind can't contend. It doesn't have the strength or the stamina or the control over you. The human brain was clearly, whether you want to call it evolution or creation, it is not equipped to view a reality and a fiction in our environment and know the difference at a substantive level. Everything that we bring in is the reality on the deepest level. Your pulse races when you read about the bad guys chasing. You sweat and feel sick when you're watching the movie and the ship is rocking. Your body, your subconscious mind fundamentally doesn't know that that's not real. And that's what they program you with. That's why you've got to stay away from their entertainment. That's the most powerful tool they have to poison and manipulate us. You have to stay away from it. But even more important than that, you have to inoculate yourself and your children against what they do, what the anti-whites do through entertainment, through lectures in college classes, far weaker than the entertainment. A speech by some professor, indoctrination by some professor, is only building on top of a lifetime of the entertainment and the reality that that person has imbibed up to that point. So we have to contend on an equally fundamental level. We teach you this in Go Free, to engender, to create counter triggers. Saying, oh, that's not true. Oh, I don't care, does not create a counter trigger. We teach you how to do it. It's very easy. And by doing that, you begin to take back your identity from anti-whites and anti-whiteism. You begin to access your genuine potentials. None of us will reach the totality of what we were born with and able to achieve because of the scars of anti-whiteism, the white noir that we experience. But we can approximate it. We have to approximate it. We have to do everything we can to liberate our subconscious minds from anti-whiteism so that we can make healthy, conscious decisions in our lives, relative to our family, relative to our people. You can see all the time the consequences of unhealthy, conscious decisions that are born out of the derivatives of the ancillary anti-white meme pathogenic concepts. You see it all the time. Rather than call out the anti-white terroristic gangs for what they are and the anti-white terroristic immigration policies, rather than call them out for what they are, the people want to call them anything else. Democrats weak on crime, any abstraction, cowardly abstraction. And then what ends up happening? The neighborhood goes bad. The anti-white terrorists move in. And what's the conscious decision at that point? White flight. People have been doing that for lifetimes. We're running out of places to white flight to. That's not a remedy. That's not a cure-all. It's not a panacea. It is cowardly. Now, I'm not saying don't get out of a bad area. Absolutely. If your area has gone bad and you are better served in your service to white well-being in a healthier area, then do that immediately. But the point still follows. We can't discuss these things through cowardly abstractions anymore if we are going to control our own minds. I'll see what you all are having to say. A big thank you to everybody showing up. We got about 10 minutes left in this Going Free gathering. I hope we reached some minds and opened some hearts to the horror and the remedies that we need to apply. Did you hear about the anti-white changing name from DEI to inclusive growth? We changed the conversation enough to affect that. I didn't hear they're going to call it inclusive growth, but God, that is exactly what we said. Slaughtz, isn't that everybody here? Years and years and years. All of you early adopters, all of you heroes, years and years and years, we have been telling the cuck-servatives and the Jew haters, multiracial Jew haters, and everything else out there, and the Christian haters, we've been telling them, you cannot call these things by the names they take for themselves, because then they just change the names. And how many times do we see them just change the name? And the anti-whiteism continues. Inclusive growth? I'll probably be talking on Wednesday. I hadn't seen this, but I did see how Ford is dropping the moniker DEI, and a couple others are dropping the moniker DEI. But anti-whiteism is going nowhere. It's not a victory to get them to change the name of the victims. I mean, if pedophiles decide that, well, we're going to change the name from pedophilia to child care, are you going to declare a victory? Yes, conservatives would. They would declare that a victory. Inclusive growth. Wow. I think we have a request for microphone. Let me see what else we have here. If we have any other tags, financial gifts, a quick look. We'll pass that microphone over. Not seeing anything over on those platforms. Let me see here. Nothing new on Entropy. And let's see. What is here on the live chat? Somebody who says doesn't matter is who you vote for. It's going to be the same outcome. I fervently disagree with that. Kamala would be infinitely worse. I mean, seriously. But having said that, Trump is not going to save the white race. We don't view elections one-dimensionally and stupidly. So we talk about that all the time. We want Trump to win because Trump can legitimize, and we've already had him legitimize one of our concepts, and his son legitimize a handful of our concepts. This is where the real power that we can exert in our world exists. The concepts that take us out of the anti-white narrative and put us into our own story. That's how you get into a story, is the concepts that put you there. The concepts are the context. The concepts are the context. The concepts are the context. So Trump will legitimize our concepts. Kamala won't. Yes, I mean, if you hate Jews, then Trump helping out Israel is going to be objectionable to you. I get it. So what? He'll still be able to legitimize our concepts. So will his number one son. So why would you put hatred of Jewish people above the welfare and well-being of white people? I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I mean, that's the outcome. Yes, Trump is not going to deport all of the illegals or even a fraction of them like we would like to see. No one is going to. So what do? Shove our thumb up our ass and just bitch about it? Catastrophize about it? No. We use politics we use everything and anything in the ways that we can to advance our well-being and to recapture our destiny, to change the way the conversation is discussed, addressed, all of the premises to the conversation when it comes to white well-being and our victimization. So to show up and say, oh, you don't like Jason anymore because Jason encourages voting for Trump, and Trump's going to allow the illegals in and he's going to help Israel. Jason puts white people first. So Jason will always put white well-being number one. If you got a problem with that, it's yours. It's your problem. Own it. Timmy, we mentioned you earlier. Thank you for the ice cream. Some I guess genderless person, salt the earth. Salt the earth with truth, I'm sure. Attacking yours truly over there on Odyssey. You are an anonymous anti-white pig, and I don't care what you have to say. All of you anonymous anti-white pigs have big threats. Never showing yourself. All right. One request for Mike, and we just have a couple minutes here. Wing of Production says, do you think politician want white people to begin to organize as a special interest group? Do I think that like politicians in general want that? Or is there I don't know if there's a politician that would want that or not. I think the vast majority are just there to serve their own self-interests. And if we were a powerful enough white positive lobbying group for the well-being of white people, they would heed everything that we had to say. So I don't know that question is necessarily the right way to look at politicians and what we can get out of politicians. Huge victory for us, though, changing that conversation. All right, who is here that wants the microphone? Alexander would like the microphone. No racial slurs. Try not to cuss. And you got 2 minutes. So share your thought really quickly. Here you go. Microphone is yours. And then we got Kingdom of Vinland. Let me know as soon as you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm familiar with your work. It's interesting. I quite like it. Could I cite to you one of my experiences as a child? My first experience with anti-whiteism.
Yeah, sure.
So I was living in a small town. We moved to a city, and the city was mostly the school was mostly non-white.
Okay.
So I faced a lot of anti-white bullying. I didn't understand it at first. I was only 9 years old. And I tried to report to the teacher what was happening. You know, like, hey, these people they keep attacking me and hurting me just because I'm white. And it's what, like, they're either, anyway, get the picture. And the teacher, who is a white female, told me, you're the white one. You're the problem. That, ever since I was 9 years old, I knew this world was not for me.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the youth, how young you were when you had all of the authority of the world come crashing down on you as the villain of the world, and that you deserved. And that's all white teachers. We can say, I mean, it's not hyperbole because it's such a high percentage of teachers. This is what they're teaching white children. And that is a deep psychological wound as a consequence that you've had to live with. Absolutely. I'm really sorry that you had to live through that and then have to live with that over the course of your life.
Well, I've explained it to some individuals who are non-whites, and once it's like I like giving them the perspective to understand that this has been happening since the early 2000s. And another issue that I can see more and more people waking up to the reality of it. And you're not wrong when it comes to the entertainment and all that stuff. Like, so when it comes to like cueing the subconscious and the top conscious, all of that. One thing I've had to diligently do throughout my own spiritual journey is to, like, I don't want to fall into hating non-whites. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's like they keep throwing temptation there, and it sucks. You know, like the more it's like what do? We just sit around and bitch about how elderly non-whites keep attacking white children, and I sit there contemplating what should we do. And the more and more, I predicted 10 years ago that if they kept letting people into Europe, we'd know what the outcome would be. And we're seeing that play out. And seeing state governments completely betray their local people, essentially like Native American chieftains selling out the warriors, you could say. And just constantly seeing these patterns of betrayal throughout my life against people who just happen to look like me. Like if you're a scion of Japheth, you're completely hated.
Well, I mean, you're in the right place, because what you're talking about in so many of these other circles, really all of them, is the centering of all of these other groups of people. And it is born out of selfish individualism of white people. They're saying to themselves, how do I avoid? You can see the identical nature of the approach to these issues that you see in every other consideration for white people. How do I not have pests in my lawn? How do I not, eat poison food? You don't care about whether or not anybody else is eating poison food. That's a selfish individualism. And the same way that you would focus, that you would center in these other circles, food that is unhealthy, they center non-white groups, and they complain about non-white groups. And this has gone on for lifetimes, and things just keep getting worse. So the issue clearly is that we're not focusing as a people in this community. We're not centering ourselves. We're not white or Westman centric. When we are talking about ourselves and our victimization and putting an end to that victimization, that's a completely different storyline. You are addressing the same thing, but from a moral perspective, with the strength and might of a people, a peoplehood, which we don't have. This is why the anti-whites, so often you see on these threads, like I was discussing earlier in the stream, when I say my people, they laugh because you don't have a people. You're a bunch of individuals. They're right. That's where they're right. We need to look, and this is the remedy. You were asking how to deal with this. How do we deal with this? We need to convey the concepts that create, as I said a moment ago, the context for our own story. We live in the story that we either willingly participate in this case, or allow ourselves to be forced into, the anti-white narrative, or the one of our making. Now, the power we wield is that we still have to be propagandized. If we didn't have to be propagandized, then living in our own story would be crazy, because they would just come and physically force us to do whatever they wanted us to do. And if we were saying, this isn't happening while they were forcing us, that would be the stuff of crazy people. Since we still have to be propagandized, they have to talk to us. They have to speak to us. They have to sing to us. And if we say, here are the concepts that we can be talked to, sung to, etc., they have to use them. And if we have concepts that disempower, that undermine their anti-white narrative, and they use those concepts, we win. And that's what we're demonstrating. So you're in the right place, man. Thank you so much for sharing that horrible experience. And I want you to call back again another time. We got to jump over to the next caller, but Alex, really thank you for sharing that with us. All right, we have Kingdom of Vinland is up, and then we're going to be getting out of here. Brother, can you hear me? Kingdom of Vinland.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Jason said. Like, you gotta fight the way to your strengths, not your enemy's strengths. For a military analogy. Like, something I've also kind of wondered is, even if we created like sort of a white caucus for the government, would the government even allow something like that to exist?
Right. I mean, is that rhetorical, or do you want me to speak to that?
Like, yeah, would the government allow something like that to exist?
At the moment,
At least in the U.S.
Right. At the moment, absolutely not. Because of the social morality of anti-whiteism. So it would be subjected to the opprobrium of both Democrats and Republicans. So such a thing can't be done yet.
Unfortunately.
Was there anything you wanted to add to that, or?
Not really.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, brother. And you're right. I mean, you can call in anytime as well.
Yeah.
And share your thoughts. It's been a wonderful gathering. We are running really short on time.
Yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, we're running really short on time because I have the audio only that puts a hard bumper on me. I can't go beyond that because then I have to cut this in half. Yeah. So we're gonna jump out of here right now. Thanks for the call, both of you. Yeah. Thanks for the call, both of you, and I will have you all call again at our next Going Free gathering, or maybe it'll even on the roll-in. We'll have you come in and just make the call, and I'll look forward to hearing from you. We've had massive success over the course of this week, and it just grows by the day. Every single week, we share these massive victories, and I see we have another request for a microphone call back on Wednesday. Or next Sunday. We got to jump out of here. But it's been glorious, as it always is. I want this coming week to be another week of millions that are presented with these powerful tools that strengthen and empower us. Tools that, as I was just saying, the anti-whites have to use. They must use as long as they still have to propagandize us. The power is in our hands. You know, ultimately, some of this is extremely complicated for a lot of folks, and they get confused. They're listening, and I get it. There are a lot of data points. They don't quite connect up in your head, and I get it. I mean, when I'm talking to you in person, I can see where I'm beginning to lose you. When there's too many data points and you don't get it, I can see it happening. I understand. But what everybody can understand is empirical successes. Empirical successes. You have to submit yourself to those. You cannot, if you object to empirical success, there is something profoundly wrong with you. It is emotional. It is psychosomatic. There is something profoundly wrong with you. Maybe you need a therapist. But if you actually object to the victimization of white people, the destruction of our countries, and you look out at these other ideologies, these other content creators, these lifetimes of failure with vehicles and other approaches, and you have some urge to stick with that, it's an emotional blind spot. You're wearing blinders, and you need to address that. If you look here and you see our successes, all of which are replicable and scalable, and we continue to demonstrate them every single week, month by month, year by year, we demonstrate them. And you still are like, you want to show up and you want to say, well, you're irrelevant. You are the one with the problem. We need heroes to step up while there is still time, where everybody's neighborhood is going to have an anti-white terror gang with a machine gun knocking on the door. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. I love you all. Let's go free.